Hello, welcome back to another Twitch stream. Today we're working on Astro Boy again. So, not much has changed since last time. There have been small tweaks. I adjusted his, gym shorts a bit. At one point I changed his boots so that way the seam here is not there, but then I added that seam again. I also added his machine guns, but I won't do anything with them just yet. I'm gonna wait till, I'm actually gonna wait until, he's fully rigged before I add all his integrated weapons. You know? And that goes with his little endoskeleton as well. I'm gonna wait until, he's rigged before I do that. Like, a lot of the extraneous features, like the chest panel opening, the endoskeleton, the little, robotic endoskeleton of his weapons, that's gonna wait until he's rigged. Let's work on his materials a bit. Some of his procedurals. Let's go to normal mode so that way we can better see the nitty-gritty. So you're gonna... I'm not sure if you've seen this before, but I'm gonna show you how I do little skin details. Okay. So usually what I do is I put together a noise texture and then add a Voronoi. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna make it really subtle though, because I don't want him to look creepy. Plus he's a robot, so don't imagine his skin being too textured too much like human skin. Even though he's supposed to be a human, he's supposed to be like a simulacrum of a dead kid, so maybe it could work? I don't know. We'll see. Set it to smooth F1. Gotta make sure that it's... looks a little bit too toady. Okay. turn down the roughness just a little bit. I don't want to overdo it. I need to keep the details as small as possible so that way they aren't unnerving. All I know is that it's probably going to be, it's probably going to be really intensive on the baking. That's for damn sure. Okay. Give me a sec. I need to share this around this. I need to share like a link to my stream everywhere. Yeah. Streamers Den? Maybe it should go into Streamers Den, yeah. Let's see if Uncle Yu wants in on this. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Oh, I like to show you how I'm pulling off the whole skin procedurals here. I actually learned this technique from inspecting some of Woe to what? What was his username? I forgot how it's spelled. He made an NSFW Peridot model. That's what I know. And I learned this technique from inspecting that model. So basically you have I have a vertex color thing here that determines different skin textures. The black would represent the usual skin textures. Greens would represent smoother stuff, and red would also do that. And blue. I'm not sure what to use the blue for yet. I might reformat that entirely. Actually, I might do that right now because I feel like the blue should be utilized for something. Oh crap. For something else. So what I was intending is that green would be for smoother, more porous skin, and red would be for smooth, smoother skin around the lips, you know? Let's see him, y'all. And just for the record, I do plan to sell this fella on. I do plan to sell this guy on CG Trader because I don't think that I don't think that like Tezuka Productions is that strict about like selling fan-made things as like Moomin Corp, you know? Because the guys who own the Moomins currently or hold the rights to them are really strict about fan-made content. Because as you know, there was this whole thing that happened called the Moomin Hunt lawsuit, and it basically destroyed this one dude's livelihood. He's still in some guy in like Brazil was like sharing like he was sharing like official Moomin content for free on like a Google Doc, or was it like a cloud? It was something. However, Moomin Corp reacted very negatively to it, and they sued him for it. He's basically I think he's still I think he's still basically in poverty right now, which is too bad. That really sucks. I mean, I love the Moomins, but I think that what Moomin Corp is doing there is kind of just, you know, unacceptable, you know? It's something you're seeing a lot lately. Like, Games Workshop is a very bad example of that mindset as well. They're very much against, like, fan-made content in general, which really, it's a real shame because, like, the whole reason, like, Warhammer was so successful is because, like, its fan base, really dedicated fan base, you know? And now, like, Games Workshop has the gall to turn against them, like, I think you've all heard about this short film series called Astartes. That series was canceled because of Game Workshop trying to like threatening to sue the creator, and then they what's worse, they sue him and they say if you take it down, we will hire you. But of course he declines because like, why would you want to be hired by someone who tried to sue you? You know, it really stinks. Oh, hello there, Toku Society. Just so yeah, long story short, I will likely be putting this fella up on CG Trader. So that way people can enjoy it. This is going to be one of my more complex models. I can tell that right off the bat. So I want it to be I want making this fella to be worthwhile, and having him be put up on CG Trader would be just the way to do it. Have other people kind of enjoy using this, as long as it's not for porn. That's where I draw the line, you know? Especially when this character's a fucking minor. You just can't do that, you know? Oops. Let's make blue. Nah, let's keep it red. Okay, that looks slightly offensive. Let's smooth vertex colors quickly. Okay. Just in time. Maybe I should have went with blue being the one color for this. Let's temporarily hide the garments so that way we can actually apply this to other places of the apply some of the little things. Not those little things, You know what I mean. All right. Let's add a little bit to the knuckles as well. I've been using this hand mesh. I've been reusing this exact hand mesh for nearly 2 years, and it still hasn't failed me. Though, as you can see, I did alter it a little bit from last time. I made the fingernails smaller, because that's usually how Osamu Tezuka draws fingernails. Though usually he doesn't really depict Astro with fingernails. Some of the Astro Boy related works give him fingernails, but not usually. It's not a really common thing to do, but I did it anyway. Because I think it helps with the idea that he's supposed to be like a simulacrum of someone who died, and so he's supposed to look as human as possible. He's arguably one of the most human-looking robots in the whole series that he appears in, so it's important to keep that in mind. That especially holds true with later depictions, because with earlier depictions such as the 1963 anime, the original manga, the 80s, he has visible seams on his limbs. However, in the 2003 anime, he has a completely smooth body. Actually, with 1963, it was actually rather inconsistent. 1963 and the manga, because earlier on they were a bit more consistent about drawing the seams on his arms and legs. However, later on they almost entirely abandoned those seams. My best guess would be it was probably because it was kind of like maybe like how John Kricfalusi used to give Ren a tail, but then he found it too difficult to animate, so he stopped. Sorry for bringing up John Kricfalusi, but that's the only other example I can really think of. Let's add a little bit of something here to little metal pieces. And the charger port too. Oh crap, what happened? Oh man. Let's fix that real quick. That ain't right. This time I decided to add the inside part of the eyelid because I've noticed that I realized, hey, maybe it's kind of not a good idea to have it so that way only like there's only a specific part of the eyelid, like the outer part has like a mesh to it. Because if I do like, because you know how like you might have a thing where like a character has an animation where the eyelids are stretched out. You need to have the inside of the eyelid so that way it's not like a void. So I decided to add that for once. Didn't think about that until now for some reason. Don't ask why. Let's turn on flat so that way we can see better. There we go. On the top right? Oh, that's just a leather texture. It's so that way I can see like the different like textures I might have. It also helps with displaying certain textures, like if I know that I baked a texture, if the texture's done baking, etc., etc. Back this up on Drive real quick. I'm really glad that Uncle Yu lets me use his old Google Drive because, like, he actually has unlimited space on his, which means I can back things up. And if in case my computer ever spontaneously explodes and I never have it again, I'll still have, like, the backups. Sweet. Oh, geez. Ever since I added the textures, it's slightly laggier in, like, viewport. Okay. Alright. Huh. Oh, right, green. Yeah, basically. Oh, yeah. So basically, this is not going to be the final final material for the skin. This is the procedurals I set up to bake into the final texture maps and so on and so forth. So, yeah. Don't worry about all this mess. This is just temporary. I always set up very complex procedurals to bake. It's just that's how the battery master do. Okay, so the you mean the procedurals? So the procedurals basically are for the sake of like if I want to have like different like parts of the skin to have different like roughnesses and stuff, this is what the procedurals are for. Yeah, basically. You got the right idea. I have masks for like the fingernails, the different textures of the skin. I have like yeah, but sometimes if the node tree does get a bit too convoluted, I will split it up. Like for example, the metal bits of his skin are actually right here. Right here, I mean. However, they will be all in one like set of texture maps once I'm finished with like everything. Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else has done it. Maybe, most likely actually. I might be tooting my horn too much right there. I don't want to come off as too masturbatory. Hmm. You can do whatever. I guess everyone's workflow is kind of different. I do this. Some people may do something else. I guess it really depends on what workflow works best for you. You know. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. That's what it's all about, my friends. Yeah, but with what you got currently, it's actually quite impressive. You're doing great right off the bat. Like your animation is really nice. You have a really good like sense of like character gestures and posing. You really excel at that sort of thing. I'm still learning with that field. I need to work on my more subtle movements, that's for damn sure. Now for the red. Let's move the red thingy over. No, wait, that's green. My bad. Here's the red. Whoa. Oh, thank God. I thought Blender froze for a moment. I haven't saved for like a minute. My philosophy, save obsessively. From my experience, that's the best way to do it. Whenever if you make any sort of like substantial progress, save. And back up on Google Drive. Yeah, me too. Because I am a Windows user. Wait, do I need to... What's up with that? There's some weird warping going on. Let me see. Boy. Oh! Wait. I'm kind of the same way. Okay. Maybe I should add UV seams around these parts right here. That might be the source of the warping. Okay, that part already has a UV seam. That's good. UV mapping? Oh, I usually UV map by hand. What is causing that weird warping? Hmm. Huh. Huh. That's very, very unusual. Wait. Let's... What the hell? Don't know what's causing it. Certainly very weird what's going on. Uh... I think you'll have to look that up on your own. I don't want this to make the stream too awkward. It's already weird enough that I have a naked robot on my screen. Is that you, Uncle You? Oh wait, no, that's you, Lunar.
Papa, what you doing here? Are you all alone?
I'm blendering on Twitch.
Oh, hello, Twitch. I'm at work.
I'm on Twitch. So everybody, this is Lunar. I'm not sure if she's appeared in any of these streams before,
No,
but now she has.
I have only once.
Ah.
Hello, it's me again. I'm in the break room.
Welcome to the social.
Hello.
You're on break right now at work?
No, I got to work early, but my shift starts at like at 10.
And what time is it for you right now? Is it 9:43?
Yeah, it's 9:43 for me at the moment. I'm just doodling.
We're in the same time zone. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, at the moment, I've been doing alright. Dealing with screaming grandmas as usual.
Screaming grandmas?
Yeah. That's one of the most annoyed customers I get. It's mostly grandmas going, I'm like, ma'am, it's not discount day. You gotta wait.
Yeah. Yeah. Lunar works at Walmart, so you can imagine she has...
I don't work. I work in a Goodwill.
Oh, Goodwill. You know what? It's kind of similar, I guess.
True.
She works at Goodwill. She works at Goodwill, so she has to deal with lots of like Karens and people who don't want to wear masks.
Yeah, well, originally, now, where I'm at, they took the policy down a notch.
Yeah, because like the pandemic is calming down despite the Delta variant.
Yeah, it's calming down. Yeah.
I mean, it probably will pick back up once the Delta variant starts going around, but
True.
for now it seems to be a bit lax, which is relieving. Because
yeah, I agree.
But at least I'll be prepared for the next. At least I'll be prepared for the Delta thing because I got my first shot for the Pfizer vaccine.
Oh, cool. That's nice.
My arm ached for a few days, but other than that, it wasn't too bad.
I remember when I already got both of my shots, but the first time, I didn't get any side effects. I only got a really sore arm, but my parents got really, really sick from the side effects.
Oh. From the second shot?
Yeah. No, for both first and second, but for my second shot, I just felt a little tired, and I got a sore arm, but it was not as bad as the first one.
Yeah, the first shot you just get a sore arm. From what I understand, it varies from person to person. With the second shot, you get flu-like symptoms for a day or two.
True.
That's good. That's good, mister.
Yeah. Dude, I remember one time because I remember when I first started working at Goodwill, like everyone was actually super nice. The moment I come back, immediately I get screamed in my face on my first day of work. I come back after lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
And it was over a CD player. And I'm like, this is what I come back to? I'm like, okay.
A battle for the CD player?
Yeah, because what happened was I came to work. It was my first night shift at Goodwill. I'm just coming home like, oh man, I'm glad to work. Man, I missed you too. And immediately this guy came in. He was really rude to my manager, and he kept demanding for a blue CD player. And the manager was like, oh hey, you need to wear a mask. He's like, oh. And then he comes back, slams his hands on the cashier, and he's like, I would like a blue CD player. And it came out of nowhere, and I didn't know how to respond at the time, and I was about to respond, and all of a sudden he just flips out and starts screaming and cussing, and I'm just standing there like, I literally said nothing. What?
Beating his chest like an angry primate.
That's what he did. He did. I actually did that, and every time
Oh
he
my
comes
god,
here,
I was just making a guess out of the dark.
yeah, he did that, and he was screaming so loud the managers ran out because he was that loud. And they're like, hey, you gotta leave, dude.
Did he go?
No, he went. No, I just want a blue CD player. No, you don't understand.
You don't
And
understand. You'll never understand. You're just
You'll
like my
never-
wife.
My wife. No, but nowadays he does come here, but he does have a screaming fit because we don't have a ban list. The last time he came here, he was just arguing at a dude. Who just looked at him once because he was looking for a blazer.
A blazer?
Yeah, for like the coat blazers he'd get.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this guy, he didn't even do anything. He just looked at him once, just like, oh, so he's like, oh, and he just said, oh, excuse me, that looks interesting. And he's like, no, you're American. He started flipping out just because he looked at him once. But for some reason, if you just look at him, like even if you don't give him a weird look, he'll just flip out. I don't know why.
He starts freaking out.
Yeah, one time like a Mexican family too, like they were just waiting in line, and he was in front behind them, and one of the kids just looked at him. And he started flipping out, and they just ignored him, and he's like, speak English.
What are you looking at,
So,
foreigner?
yeah, he was like, just don't speak English, and they're like, we are speaking English. What are you talking about?
He must be like drunk as hell or something.
No, he wasn't. No, but we do deal with one drunk person. The first time I honestly had to deal with a fucking crazy person before the lockdown was a drunk dude. And we constantly have to kick him out because he always brings in beer bottles. And one time he kept it in his backpack and he fell down, but he broke the bottle. And I was just putting away stuff, and he waddled to me up. He's like, I accidentally spilled something. I'm sorry. I'm like, oh, thank you for letting me know. Can you tell me where? Yeah, here's the thing. And he gives me a Corona bottle. It's just shattered.
Oh, Corona, the beer, right?
Yeah, the beer. He gave me the Corona beer bottle, and I'm just standing there because I thought, oh, he probably just spilled some water. No, I'm like, oh.
He's like, oh man, oh.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm like, I didn't know how to do. I didn't know what to do. I'm like, okay, and I just let my manager know and my coworkers. I'm like, hey, someone just spilled beer, and they're like, God damn it, not him again.
Oh, they had experience with this guy? They met him before?
Yes, they have. Yeah, they met him before because they constantly have to kick him out because he always comes in drunk, flipping out.
He doesn't seem like too bad of a guy, though.
No, he's not. Well, the last time I walked out, he screamed in my face because he accused me of not giving him free stuff. And I never
Okay,
did.
never mind then. Maybe he was just maybe he was just having a bad day. I don't know.
True.
Because the shouting does not seem like something he usually do.
No, he rarely ever shouts, but we only have to just kick him out because he's always drunk. But he doesn't argue with others. He's just always annoying, and we can't have drunk customers in the store for obvious reasons.
What? Yeah, we are from America. I am American. She's American.
Yeah, we are from America.
If you mistake us for Canadians, I cannot blame you. We're very similar. If you ignore the differences in political,
do that, buddy.
If you ignore the differences in like political ideology, Americans and Canadians are quite similar.
True.
Except for French Canadians, because they speak French. But that's
True.
that's the only difference.
But yeah, recently there's been a little small shortage of lunatics. The only last time I was on the cashier, someone vented to me and almost cried on my cashier about getting a divorce, and I did not know how to feel.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, because I remember the guy looked bummed, like, oh, hey, man, what's wrong? I'm like, oh, man, I can treat this guy. He's like, my wife's leaving me. And meanwhile, his kids just jump around. Yeah, that was happening all at once. He's like, I'm like,
I'm so
oh no,
sad.
what did I do? I didn't know, and everyone was just staring. And they assumed it was me, and he's like, my wife's leaving me.
What did you do to make him cry?
What did I do? He's like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm sorry. I hope it gets better. And then
Yeah,
he just, like,
I try to ignore I try to ignore politics whenever I can. I'm talking to Mr. Mista. He's in the Twitch
oh
chat.
yeah, yeah, I get you.
He made the
yeah.
he created the Only Plays animation with the mangoes, the mango farm.
Yeah, the mango. Oh yeah, is that the 3D one? It's like,
Yeah,
I
the
love
3D
me
one.
some mangoes. Yeah, I love me some mangoes. That was really good animation. Mangoes.
The
But yeah,
mango drink.
But yeah, I do the same. I always try to avoid politics as well, because honestly, in my point of view, just it goes nowhere when you argue it online.
Yeah, and last time I did it, it was just a little funny caricature of Stone Toss saying he hates black people, and it got me on people complaining about Stone Toss gimmick account.
Mm.
You're welcome, Mr. Mista. It was really good. It still is really good.
Yeah, honestly, the main reason why I just avoid politics in general is because I'm gonna be real, I suck at them.
I'm
if
in the
I
same
end
boat.
up making myself, if I end up making myself look like an ass, like, I'm just gonna make myself look like a dum-dum.
Yeah.
Because I am not the best at it, and if someone's like, tries to ask me, like, if someone asks me, I'm like, yeah, don't ask me, I'm the worst person. don't ask me. And also,
Yeah.
I also kind of find it annoying too, because whenever you see some people do politics, you can obviously tell they're doing, like, they only do the, like the ones everyone likes, just to get brownie points. Those are the kinds I really dislike.
Yeah. Very trying times this pandemic is.
Oh yeah.
When do you think that like it became super prominent on the internet? Do you think it was around like Gamergate or something?
I'm not really. I just avoid the whole gaming. I did get some tad bits of it,
It was
but
something.
I think honestly, I think it started with the whole Gamergate, and then around 2016, that's when it got big.
Yeah. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, and that's good for you, Mr. Mista, because like having politics be the main focus of your life is never a good idea. It just makes you just resent people around you for having different beliefs, and it's not a very healthy way to live. You know, you gotta be able to tolerate other people.
The only thing I will agree is, like, the one thing I honestly really hate is, like, when people like, when they don't do politics, and everyone has the right to have an opinion, like a political opinion. It's their choice. It's just I hate when people who don't revolve their content around it, and then all of a sudden they start shoving in political opinions down characters' throats.
Oh,
And it's like, if
like
you
Jello?
don't agree, then you.
You mean like Jello
Yeah, like Jello,
Apocalypse?
for example. Yeah,
Vote
like
like
all
you
of a
like
sudden he
freaking
just
depends
shoves
on.
it in. Yeah, like,
Vote like
and
you
then
put
all
a
of a
gun to
sudden
your
they-
head.
yeah.
Vote
And
like I
all
have
this-
my gun to your head, and I'll shoot you in the brain if you don't vote and put your little vote if you don't put in your ballot.
Yeah, and then it's just like if you're just doing a series and all of a sudden you just shove it in, it's like, I am right, you are wrong.
Oh, you're
It's like, come on. It's like, all right.
You can make
It's like, then you're like, okay, hold up.
you can make a really good silly Broadway play about 2020. one.
That'd be interesting. But I remember like I remember when I first got into Oni Plays, I was like really obsessed with it. I liked it when it first came out, but I didn't watch it as much. But when I got older, I really loved it more.
You start,
One of
yeah, it's
my
one of those
friends,
things you don't fully understand when you're younger, but you really start to love it.
yeah. But I remember when I got back into it, I was like, I came back. I'm like, guys, I told my friend, I like Chris O'Neill. He's really. And then all of a sudden, my friend. Remember the time people got mad at him because he made harmless jokes like "Let me make fun of Fortnite kids"?
He said he said let that was he said he wanted to make Fortnite fun of Fortnite kids, and that got him in trouble.
Yeah, that got him in trouble because people assumed that because he assumed, oh, they're encouraging bullying. Like, how could you? People actually got mad on Tumblr about it and Twitter. And I remember I
I
was
never
really
heard of this one.
into. Yeah, I didn't know either. I told my friend, my ex-friend, all of a sudden they just DM'd me like, "Hey, you should unfollow Chris O'Neill. He's a bad influence on you. He's bad." I'm like,
He's
I think I
bad.
was like
He's evil. He
17.
eats babies.
This happened all in 2017, I think. But like, I'm like, no, this is just a dumb joke.
Who came in? Oh, hey, wait, you're not Uncle You. You're Stephen Falls Over. Hello, this is my other friend from Yuucast. This is Pat. This
Hey,
is
Steven.
this is this is Stephen Falls Over. He's another member
Hey,
of Yuucast, another podcast I show up in sometimes.
just a heads up, I got 2 minutes left till my shift starts.
All right.
I'll say, hey, Steven, what's up? I was telling a story about an ex-friend who got mad at me because I liked Chris O'Neill. But anyways, they're like,
Did you kick her in the teeth?
no, it was a guy. But anyways, he just showed me a screenshot. It was like, he's like, let me make fun of Fortnite kids, and he was like, you shouldn't like him. He's very bad. He does bad stuff. He's evil. I'm like, no, he's not.
Chris is bad. Okay.
Explained.
If you like Chris O'Neill, you're bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
and,
wait. Here's what I want to know. What were the bad things? Did they ever elaborate, or are they just saying he did bad things and just trying to make
no.
you put the people
they did
together?
elaborate. Basically, what happened is that Chris said, "Let me make fun of Fortnite kids," and that's it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know about that. That's
and-
why That's why Matt McMuscle stopped following Chris.
Matt McMuscle?
It's,
Who's that?
of Super Best Friends Play. It's a channel I used to watch.
What? Him of all people?
Yeah, Matt genuinely got really pissed off at Chris for that stupid fucking
That's a
Fortnite.
joke.
And he said, quote, "You have brain worms" to him because he thought he was being serious.
Yes, how dare someone make a joke? And when my friend was DMing me, I remember it's like, you can't like Chris O'Neill. You gotta stop. I'm like, no, I'm gonna continue. And then the next day, I was like, I don't feel comfortable following your Tumblr anymore. I'm like, okay, bye.
Okay,
All
bye.
right, yeah, we're not gonna miss you, you fucking stupid dumb lady.
Anyways, I gotta hang
You
up.
bubblegum brained
my
fool.
My shift's starting.
All right,
Yeah,
see you.
See ya. Have a good
later,
stream.
alligator.
Hope I don't deal with screaming grandmas.
What if she ear raped everything? That'd be funny.
That'd be funny.
I didn't know you were gonna make this a frequent thing, Battery. I'm quite surprised with you.
Oh, I just felt like I needed to stream more often, so I decided to make this what I stream. Because this is going to be a relatively big project by character modeling standards, because think about it. You got the outside, the mechanical insides, the integrated weapons in his arms and legs. That's going to be a lot of stuff to work on. So I thought, hey, let's make a Twitch thing out of it.
Did anybody else show up?
Besides Lunar?
Eh.
Or you mean in, like, the Twitch chat?
Besides Lunar, the Mpreg Belly Ballooner.
No, just Lunar so far. However, in the Twitch chat, I have Mr. Mista, the creator of the Mango Farm animation.
Oh shit! Hey man, that's a good one.
Yeah.
The funny mango farm. Mango, pineapple, banana.
Oh. No, no, not that one. I'm not sure which one you're thinking of. It's the Oni Plays animation about the mango farm, and it's 3D.
I know.
Okay.
I thought of that funny video with the woman with the rice hat saying mango, pineapple, banana.
Oh.
You've seen that video, right?
No, I don't believe I have.
There's this guy who's like on a beach with this foreign woman who's singing and they start singing a duet of fuck, what's that song called? That Lionel Richie song, hello.
Is it
And
me
then
you're looking for? Oh, and Mr.
yeah,
Mista, you'd be surprised. I don't think there. Prior to your animation, there weren't many Oni Plays animators that were 3D other than the ones made by. What was he called?
you.
No, no, no. Mine was not finished yet by the when the Mango Farm animation came out. So
Oh, okay. I'm gonna see
that
if anybody else is gonna. I'm gonna see if I can get Uncle Poo Poo in here.
oh, he'll come in eventually. So prior to my animation and Mr. Mista's animation, the bulk of the 3D Oni Plays animators were made by Andrew Brumby, who is most well known for his Ayuwoki one. That's 12 minutes
Oh,
long.
I haven't seen the Ayuwoki one.
Oh, it's a good time. It's 12 minutes. Probably one of the longest Oni Plays animators out there. That isn't a collab.
Also, Battery, I just realized I can't see what you're modeling.
Oh, right. Sorry. I forgot to turn on the stream on Discord. My bad. Thank you for letting me know.
Maybe that's why people aren't coming in here.
Ah, my bad.
They think that we're just a bunch of schizoids talking to each other.
I mean, the people in Twitch are seeing it, but I just forgot to put it on
All
Discord.
three of them.
Oh, cool.
Hey, soul sister, I like Mister on the radio. I wonder how many
I
times you've
actually,
heard that stupid pun.
I think that like the production of My Only Plays Animated started before the release of like the Ayuwoki video. The before not the Ayuwoki original video, before the Ayuwoki animation. Only Plays Animated. Escape the Ayuwoki.
Yeah, I know. It's just my brain shut off. Funny battery stream. Could it get in here? I almost said a bad word.
Did you almost say cunt?
No, I almost said the word that rhymes with Saget.
Oh. Okay. You can't say that on Twitch.
Yeah, but I said that's why I censored it.
Ah, okay.
Bob Saget.
Ah, Bob Saget!
I was really happy when I saw that they made like a new video.
Is it the one where he's like, it's time for you to get a damn wah!
It's the one where you like go around his house and it's like covered in like beer cans and like cum and shit.
Cum?
No, not really, but it's like covered in
Cum?
yeah, you're right, it's covered in cum. But it's Also, we had a fun night yesterday, audience. We watched Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah.
Brave Little Toaster's a great time.
Yeah. It's a really fun movie.
It's really fun and really scary.
I didn't really find it scary as a kid, but I did enjoy the atmosphere.
I didn't find it scary as a kid either, but I can see how somebody would find it scary because of the
Oh,
fact that just how
Definitely.
because like that worthless song at the end, like just if a kid saw that, I feel like that would just fill them with the worst possible existential dread.
It didn't really do it to me because it kind of, the themes kind of flew over my head. I'll be honest.
You see any movies that like just really completely would like uh what's
Shatter
one
your
of them?
reality, break your heart.
No, like if a kid watched it, it would just completely like I think the last thing I like just ruin their mind, like make them something that would fill a kid with existential dread.
Uh, another children's movie that would.
Yeah, because I got another one, and that's that fucking Adventures of Mark Twain movie, just for that
Oh
sequence,
yeah, with like, uh,
The Mysterious Stranger.
yeah, the little fella with the mask.
Yeah, like that scene, because that scene would literally destroy me if I was a child watching it, because I would not be ready to deal with it.
Yeah, that movie hits hard.
Especially when you see all the funny little characters get turned into ashes,
Yeah, and then you see little like mysterious stranger, his face crinkling up with anger.
and then he turns into a funny skeleton at the end,
Yeah.
and he says, "Life is but a vision, and you are but a thought." And it's like, what the fuck? And it's one. I remember. I actually did see it when it was like called like the disturbing cartoon banned from like TV or something. Like
Was
I
it
was a
really
kid.
banned from TV? Come on.
It was not. It's a click. It was clickbait in 2006. But essentially what happened was there's a part where if you look in that scene, you see like a couple. Uh, they're like you know those little clay people who get
Yeah,
blown up.
little fellas. Yeah.
There's one with like a woman in a babushka who's like crying over her like burnt up little son character, and I was like, "Fuck!"
You were like, fuck!
No, I was like, "Fuck! This is scary."
This is gonna make me pee.
I think it's also the fact that it's stop motion. Like I feel like stop motion is just one of those things that you can make unintentionally creepy or so, or
Yeah.
make it work in a scary way. Like Aardman's done a few of those.
And also, there's that movie coming out called, what's it called? Mad God?
Mad God?
Uh,
How's
you,
that?
you know, Mad God. It's the movie being made by stop motion legend Phil Tippett. It's coming out this year.
I've actually never heard of this before.
Watch it. I'll put it in silent shitheads. Here it is.
No need battery. I already looked it up. I'm looking at the trailer.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
No, I did not
yeah,
watch.
this looks really cool.
No, Mister, I have not seen Celebrity Deathmatch as a kid. However, I did see the Beavis and Butthead fight on YouTube.
See, I love you. I love that. I almost said I love Beavis and Butthead, but I do.
I mean,
Beavis and Butthead's funny.
yeah, they're funny. I like it when Beavis goes me 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 and Butthead goes. uh,
This is like really gross.
this is bathed and red pilled. Me,
This just sounds like Linkara.
me. That's what he sounds like, though. He has a lisp.
This is really based in red pilled.
This is really based. Yeah. And red pills. Me.
I was thinking like
Yeah, I like
maybe
his style too.
King of the Hill.
Wait, Steven, you watching like, you looking at the comments too? The Twitch messages?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Wait, what?
Oh, I was wondering if you were looking at the Twitch messages, cause Mr. Mista was like, I really like Mike Judge's animation style.
And
Oh,
just
hey, Uncle
in
Yu.
time.
I am here now. I am also sleepy.
He's here, he's queer, but he
No, I'm sleepy.
I'm sorry.
and queer.
We were
Well,
talking about Mike Judge.
ah, cool. Also, real Mr. Mist. It's the only way for me to get heard. I don't know what the context of that is. Sorry.
Uh,
Oh,
he's
but
yeah. He was talking about the fact that he's using the Twitch chat.
got it. So, Mr. Mist, if you ever, I'll read your chat. So don't say any slurs, otherwise I might repeat it.
No, if anyone's gonna repeat them, it's gonna be me, right? You.
All right. I don't know.
You don't have anything to worry about. Mr. Mista does not seem like the slurry type.
Hey,
He mu-
Battery. How would you feel if Explo? Do you know Exploshi?
Yeah, Exploshi. I know her.
Does she follow you or anything?
Yeah, she follows me.
She's cool. Trying like I wonder if you could like get her on or something.
Maybe someday. You never know.
She's because I was on one of her weird little streams watching she was playing Animal Crossing. I mean not Animal Crossing. What's it called? Miitopia. That's
Animal
what it is.
Olympics, the video game.
Animal Olympics, a video game. Yeah. She watched the ass jiggle and was like, "Yes, I need more of that."
I need more of
Yeah,
that
but
in my little VHS cartoons.
I need to have Gumball shakes his ass for the camera.
My favorite German slur is Schlugenblock.
I uh,
Hackfress? I'm not sure if I want to know what that means.
I do.
Uh, hopefully not
She's all
anything too bad.
It means shit face.
Okay, that's not too bad actually. I mean by bad I mean racial.
okay, Battery. I'm looking at this thing from Mad God, and it looks like a full like Tool music video, and I'm really interested.
Yeah, it looks really
Oh,
cool, doesn't it?
You okay, man?
me?
Yeah, I know you're tired, but like, are you okay?
I had a hard time falling asleep last night, and then when I finally did, my dad called me at 5 a.m. I was like, oh God, it must be an emergency. What's going on? He butt dialed me, because he's in England right now. Uh,
What?
and my mother,
That's kind of goofy.
He
yeah,
went, oh no. He went, oh no. I want you to get up now.
yeah. So, yeah,
Wait, is Schlugenblock real? That was just a shot out of the dark. I was doing a funny, stereotypical German word.
Uh, wait. Yeah, it's fake German. It's like it's like poop and farting.
Poop and farting. That's a classic.
I like
Okay,
making
okay.
what else is going on?
Psychonauts 2 went gold, which makes me happy.
Uh,
I really like I like Psychonauts. The
It got a
second one
well-deserved Reddit gold.
I'm
they got Reddit. Where the hell did you get that from?
No, I was just finding an excuse to say Reddit gold out of the blue.
Oh shit! Did you hear about the fucking Fallout mod creator writer person who's now a part of Bethesda?
What about him?
No, it's her actually.
Oh,
She's
what
cool.
about her?
What happened with there's a Fallout mod called Fallout London that's like really popular, and the head writer for it left to join actual Bethesda and become an associate quest designer.
Sweet.
So that's nice of you, Todd. I guess he was like, well, I gotta fix my game somehow.
I gotta fix my game somehow, or else it'll be shitty forever.
The games are gonna be made fun of mercilessly on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to pee.
Poor Todd Howard. I always feel bad for him. Like, it feels like he got a lot of the brunt of the force that the marketing team just really caused for him.
don't we get another Skyrim version? Yeah, and he admitted that like the reason they port so many versions of making so many new versions of Skyrim is just because
People
plenty of
keep
people.
buying them. He
Yeah,
straight up made like, "Hey, we'll stop making them when you stop buying them."
which I mean that's fair. That is,
That's 100. I appreciate honesty,
yeah. Um,
and I am interested in what Starfield could probably be. Like,
uh,
just I want Starfield to be good.
probably will be fine. I I don't think there's a lot of like there's a lot of like I don't think there's any like real real concerns. Sorry if I like uh, brain
I get it. You're
fuck.
tired, dude. Your brain doesn't work when you're tired. I completely understand that.
What else has been going on? Oh yeah, Brock Lesnar came back and he has a silly little tiny ponytail.
I'm back.
But I thought you hated WWE.
No, no, I hate wrestling fan bases, but I still tune in and I saw Brock return and he has a funny little ponytail.
Ooh.
Look at how adorable and tiny it is.
Let me show it to the class. Aw, what a cutie.
Fun fact about Brock Lesnar: the armored Titan from Attack on Titan is based on him.
How funny.
Wait. Genuinely?
Yeah, and if you look at like proportions and hair, it's actually pretty noticeable.
I mean, I can see it. I just didn't know.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
Uh, in case you're wondering, Mr. Mista, there is another edition of Skyrim coming out, and it has fishing.
I'm cool with that. I like fishing mini games.
Yeah.
yeah, you remember when we tried doing that one stream where it was like, do you remember that stream we tried doing where we
Yeah.
played a fishing game that was like Persona?
Yeah, real fishing.
And
We
Didn't we-
made that one thing and then we never did it again.
I mean, sometimes there are games that are worth the one-off.
Yeah, there's like no wrong way, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
what was that one fishing game that was also a horror game in disguise?
Fishing Vacation. It's a Game Boy like looking game.
Oh yeah.
We didn't play that on the stream. We just played that. We just played it and had fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
You can. I follow these developers on itch.io. They also have like another one where you're you're walking around this museum, and you're like a night guard at a museum, and like
Five Nights at Freddy's.
no, it's
I know. I'm just joking.
it's called The Third Shift, and it's like hang on, I'll find it. I just like this trend of Game Boy horror now. I didn't know it's a thing that was like happening, but I can't say I'm upset by it.
Yeah, it's just like PS1 styled horror.
Yeah, it seems like.
But it's right here, Battery. Look at this thumbnail.
I'll just do a snipping tool screen cap of it and show it.
No, you could just
I'll be right back.
you could stream a bit of the gameplay to it. It's not really that rudimentary. You're walking around like a museum of like body anomalies or something, and some of the exhibits get out and try to kill you.
You got an elephant man running after you?
Essentially,
A little progeria child chases after you?
yeah, and there's like no actual like there's barely any music in it. Like
So it's
It's
mostly
just
like,
you going-
is it mostly ambient tracks, I'm guessing?
it's ambient track and it's going up like you hear that stuff going on.
I see.
Like the little 8-bit footprints, that's all you have.
So it's a very atmospheric game, like Nerf.
Yeah, and there's a way to turn on music for the museum, but you can't. If you don't find it, you're just walking in silence for the whole time. And it's one of those museums that has like those like exhibits they have at like natural history museums where it's like the entire vein structure of a human being that like you like pulled out, like where you can
Oh
see the
yeah, where
eyes.
like it's a body donated to science and they preserve it and they pull out the vein.
Yeah, there's like a part later in that game where you walk by like one of those exhibits of that, and then when you walk by it again, the actual like veins and everything are gone.
The veins. Let me guess. The veins chase after you and kill you. Hey Patrick, we're streaming Blender on Twitch.
Hi. Very nice.
And Battery, this was made by the same people as the fishing game. They make a living doing their Game Boy horror,
Sweet.
and I just I like it when people can use horror in interesting ways like that. Like I found a whole bunch of interesting. I found an Atari horror game recently.
What's it about?
You're walking around on a space station, and it has like very drony like noises. Yeah, like Atari noises, you know, but it's supposed to be sounding like the humming of like lights.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you follow a guy named Alpha Beta Gamer, he talks about all sorts of stuff like this.
I think I've
Or
seen
rather,
a
no,
few of Alpha
he doesn't
Beta.
talk.
He's silent. He just plays the game.
That's why he's good. He doesn't add in his stupid comedy.
Hello, everybody.
No, Mark,
Markiplier's fine, I guess. People rip on him,
the
but I
only-
think he's not too bad.
I don't think anybody's like genuine when they rip on him. I think they're.
The only one who's really
think-
genuine about it is Jeff, I think.
But yeah, that's because Jeff's an asshole, an
Yeah.
endearing asshole we love.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate Jeff, but I do think he's kind of hard to tolerate as a only plays host. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, he is a little bit too negative for me. Like,
Yeah, too much cynicism.
I feel like cynicism is a good thing to have, but when you make that your whole personality, it kind of becomes mentally draining.
I think he was just unfiltered, that whole thing.
I don't think Jeff knows what a filter is.
Oh yeah, because he's a Newgrounds guy. Not that that's a bad thing, but...
I mean, you say that like Explosie's a Newgrounds lady.
That is true.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about Faith. That's another example of like those of that scary
Yeah, it's the one game where when you die, it goes...
Mortis.
And then there's the little guy who runs around, he's like, worship me!
Yeah, and if you put up a little cross, he goes, "You know nothing."
I like the one where he goes, no!
And then he gets hit by the
sound like
car.
Stitch or something.
Wait, better, Patrick, you've never heard of Faith?
If I have,
It's
I
like-
completely forgot about it.
It's a horror game that has this like very, it's an MS-DOS looking horror game.
Uh-huh.
It's an
Most
integral
likely, I
part of the
probably never heard
design.
of it.
So, everybody talks like a computer.
Because it's like those ancient Atari voice text-to-speech thingies.
You know nothing.
You go nothing!
I remember I made a funny meme over that.
What was the meow?
It was him saying, "No need to run now. Time to put my Vatican training to good use." And he's holding up a key and smiling.
A key?
It's from the second game where he holds up the key and he stabs himself in the eye with it. But he goes,
a key.
"Hang on, I think I have it saved in here." I have all sorts of stupid shit that I made that I saved in here.
Hey, Omega. Welcome back to the stream. This is Omega. He's from another cast called I Bit My Dick Off.
No, that's not the name. Why would I call myself that? That's so weird.
Search your
Self-castration
feelings. You
via
know it to
boring
be
your own
true.
junk.
Yeah,
My brain shut off. Where did you go?
To
I
the Shadow Realm. What do you think he went?
Oh,
shit.
you're right.
There we go.
Cool. You're right. He's dead. Next.
Yeah, I host a podcast called "I Bet My Dick Off," and it's there was actually a couple of episodes that features your boy, you with the face.
Uncle You. I
you.
have not shown up in an episode, however. I'm not sure if I will.
I'd
love to be part of it, though.
Dick off.
Give it some time. Maybe when we talk some more, I might consider it.
Sweet.
There's a couple of people that I have in mind that I want in, but at the same time, I'll consider it.
Okay.
Also, to like save it. Also, if you want to like look it up, seriously, just type in like IBMDO podcast, and you'll be able to see it. Not
Jesus, man.
Did you take a
Oh, welcome
shit?
back from
he
the
is.
Shadow Realm, Uncle You.
Did you take a shit?
Yes, I did.
You did the
lovely.
exact same like orgasming turtle noise that you did that one time.
Oh, did you hear me?
Yeah, you were like, oh.
Oh man, that's fun.
No, we only heard the one that you did as you were walking back into the room.
Okay, that
No,
one I'm a little more comfortable with.
Oh yeah, in case
also-
you're wondering, there was
what-
this one time that Uncle You went to the bathroom at the beginning of the stream, and we could hear the faint sounds of his voice, and to me it sounded like a Galapagos tortoise fucking. Because they go, no, not those. The really big ones from the Galapagos Islands. They go,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Wait, they make noises like that?
yeah,
They make, like,
yeah.
person
when they,
noises?
Yeah, when they fuck, they go.
That is correct.
subscribe for more animal sex noises.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, what? Yeah. And also, while I was on the John, I watched some Linus Tech Tips, and I realized something. One of the hosts, Riley, he looks like the stereotypical all like soy jack kind of face.
Soy Jack.
Look at him in Sonic Shitheads.
Silent shitheads.
Bless him, he's a really nice. Bless him, he's a really nice guy. He's very smart. But whenever I
He
see
looks
his,
like iDubbbz.
he
With a
does.
mustache.
What if he's just iDubbbz in disguise?
We'll know if he
Oh, I'd be.
we'll only know if he says cunt, and he says it in a very specific way that only iDubbbz would say it.
You are a cunt.
A cunt.
Or
You
But
are a
Skin.
cunt. He says
Sorry,
it like that.
Leafy, but you are a shit brain.
A
I watched-
shit fuck brain hole.
I watched the video on PC on like PC parts that kind of disappeared or died over the years, so that was fun.
Vanished into oblivion.
Because sometimes parts aren't needed anymore, or like for
They're worthless.
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 I keep getting notifications.
But yeah, like for instance, it's sometimes it's like minor stuff, like how things plugged in, like how back in the day CPUs used to be plugged in via cartridge for a little bit, like big chunky cartridges.
Big Chungus.
Yeah,
Chick fungus.
Look, like this.
Chip Mungus.
This.
Uh,
And I love that it has like the fans or the heat sinks already attached. It's this big chunker.
It looks like a thing.
It looks like a sick video. It looks like a sick video game console cartridge almost.
Looks like a video game console that barfed on itself.
And there are other things like certain kind of connectors that are no longer around, like FireWire and Molex, which is dying off slowly. I think my favorite though, out of a lot of them, are sound cards, which used to be super important for games back in the day. You'd get a sound card that had all the things, so you could get cool audio. Because when PCs first started to be produced, they didn't think there was a need for sound, for like any proper sound initially. So,
how wrong they were.
Yeah, because they thought, oh, people aren't going to be playing games on this, so they.
Oh yes, they will.
Yeah. Yeah. So all PCs had at first was this like tiny little speaker that all it did was make bloops and bleeps.
Bloops and bleeps.
Yeah, like
Bloops and bleeps and bloops and bleeps and bloops and bleeps.
I'll show you like LGR did a great video. LGR did a great video comparing like Monkey Island and sound, but I'll get like a quick little video. So
hey, also, by the way, Uncle, you might like this game I'm playing, Splitgate. It's actually free on beta right now.
It's like Gamergate, but not gay.
It's
Anyway.
like it's like Gamergate, but with gamers.
But
Yeah.
anyway,
With people that actually know what they're talking about.
anyways, here's for comparison. This is what the Monkey Island theme sounded like on the default PC speaker,
Okay.
as in no card whatsoever. And this is one of the better examples. And then here's what it would sound like with like a sound card from the time.
Okay, let's listen. Wow.
Oh, that's not even as great as it got for PC audio back then. The best was this one called the Roland MT32, which used MIDI and sounded fantastic for the time. So here it is.
This is this music that Guybrush Threepwood would punch a dead pirate skeleton guy to.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Back in the day, sound cards weren't born.
They were still ancient. They were still ancient primordial technology.
But what happened is later on in the early 2000s, Intel decided, you know what? It's kind of a pain to have to sort of get all these like sound drivers and all these like extra equipment. So they were like, well, Intel made a standard to allow for putting audio directly onto motherboard, and it just took off from there. Nowadays, you can still get sound card because like there are audio engineers out there who still need them.
Shit and sound fard. You sound like you said fard with a D.
Yeah, it did sound like that.
Shit and fard.
Yeah, but nowadays it's honestly. But nowadays, even audio engineers claim you can get better sound if you just got like an external box. It's like a sound.
Thank you for following, Brent C.
Yeah, real Mr. Miz. A time where computers were exciting and games, even if they sucked, didn't suck. It is kind of interesting to see like. as far as like there are certain eras of PC building and like technology I'm always fascinated by. Like some in particular, like for me, are like the early to the mid '90s when companies were like, right, we've done well with the business side, but these things are stupidly expensive. How do we get them cheap enough for everyday people?
Make them cost less money,
Pee
but
on
also
them.
more money at the same time.
Yeah, and you saw a lot of attempts. Here, one interesting one is this one, a monorail PC, which was this all-in-one made by a company called Monorail. So,
That thing looks kind of ancient. When was this made?
1995.
I never thought it was possible for a monitor to have a screen that is tiny.
Well, that's what you did. It was an all-in-one, and something that is admittedly kind of cool. The case is made of metal, like
Whoa.
proper.
Like,
Yeah.
cave someone's head in, kill people with it kind of metal?
You know, Battery, I'm pretty sure you could cave anyone's head in with a fucking computer monitor, considering how heavy it is.
Actually,
I guess so.
if you wanna dent someone's, if you wanna like beat someone's head in with a PC, might
Okay,
I
that's
recommend.
enough. We don't want to give our viewers any ideas.
I personally recommend using a gateway destination, which is a behemoth of a PC that's also a TV, like a full CRT.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed to turn their skulls into dusts.
Guaranteed to make your friends into Judge Doom from the end of Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
God,
Surprise!
I played Pizza Connection 2 on a monitor.
When I
monitor
killed
like
you,
that.
brother,
Nice.
I talked! Just
No, I want to hear your attempt.
what?
I can't.
There's this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can't do it because if I feel like because if I do it, I feel like I might overstep a boundary or something. Because
No.
my conscience says no, so I can't go all out. Because there's
Yeah.
still
Computers-
people in the house.
Old-timey
also-
computers are fucking disasters.
Disaster music.
Old timey.
Like, old, I don't want to say old-timey, like 2000s computers, I mean.
It can be like the early 2000s. It was kind of before the DIY scene really took off and also it's when you got all those like really shitty media center PCs. Ugh.
I actually,
Ugh.
dude, I'm just gonna point out, I had when I was a child, I actually I straight up had a unfortunate youth period with Windows ME. I distinctly remember it.
Ooh, that is.
It was on our old computer before we upgraded instantly to XP because God, we had to. The second it was available, just okay, please, Bill, save us.
To explain to viewers, Windows Me, it was the operating system Windows released before XP and after Windows 98. And the thing is with it, it only lasted a year on the market, the shortest of any Windows version.
Jeez.
Because
It's awful.
So it was notorious for being rather unstable. It got rid of a lot of important features, including a DOS mode, which was kind of unfortunate. And it had a system restore that didn't really work as properly as it should. And all the cool new features like MSN Messenger, Windows Media Player 7, all that stuff, that was available for free on Microsoft's website already. So, yeah, it was kind of pointless. The only new program it introduced that was genuinely new was Windows Movie Maker,
which is epic. It's the source of every awesome epic video of 2009 with like "Blow Me Away" from Halo 2 playing.
Yeah.
Actually,
Blue background.
Battery, You know, Battery, that you can find a Windows Movie Maker on archive.org. I could send you a download link so you could work on it.
Wait, do I have Windows Movie Maker?
Microsoft discontinued it. I think nowadays they
Ah.
still have an editing software, but but nowadays it's built directly into
Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. You meant Movie Maker. I meant 3D Movie Maker.
no, 3D
Oh,
Movie Maker is great, but
Wait,
it
yeah,
Microsoft
yeah,
had a 3D movie maker?
yeah.
The
Vinny
Yeah.
used,
origin basis of the ranks and the giant
Yeah,
rank
yeah.
makes all the rules.
and also
Yeah.
Vinny and Joel Vinesauce used it to make a funny Mario movie.
Yeah, but
With,
you
it was
can-
chock full of fucking puns.
But Battery, you can actually you can find it. It's on
I mean, I know that.
archive.org.
Interesting.
I'm so happy.
like Microsoft 3D Movie Maker
That's
is genuinely
fucking
kind of fun.
awesome.
But that it's an entirely different beast. The and actually at the time, Windows were to put things in perspective of how much of a flop it was. Most people when it came out, they either waited for XP, or downgraded to Windows 98, or got Windows 2000 instead, which wasn't meant for home users. It was meant for businesses. Ugh.
Oh well, if it's a better option.
Yeah, a much more expensive option, but I guess people really did not want Windows Me.
I mean, can you blame
Yeah.
them?
More like Windows Millennium Edition. More like Windows. Let's see, ME.
The joke at the time was Windows Mistake Edition.
Fuck, never mind. Someone already
That explains
did it.
why I
can't
never
do
heard about it
now.
before.
Yeah, Microsoft don't like to talk about it, and
Their biggest
And-
failure.
in fact, if I remember correctly, when Microsoft did this like big retrospective on like all the Windows versions, if I remember correctly, they kind of glanced over Windows Me and used 2000 instead, which is kind of funny.
I mean, totally understand.
People really didn't want to deal with it.
There were other Windows operating systems that had their flaws too, especially at launch. There was Windows Vista, which was too powerful for most PCs at the time, and there was Windows 8, which introduced a lot of features for touchscreens, but went way too far on the touchscreen thing. But the funny thing is, Windows 8 is at least stable, and Windows Vista not only got like updates to help it out, but as Linus Tech Tips pointed out, when you did have a PC at the time that could run it, it was actually a pretty good experience. In fact, Linus
It
said-
wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was just ahead of its time, I guess.
Yeah, and not helping matters is a lot of PC makers said that put stickers on their computers saying this PC is Windows Vista capable. No, it fucking ain't. But yeah, actually, Steven, I will say this, going back to early 2000s tech, with what Steven was talking about, media center PCs were a big trend, and those things were fucking atrocious.
The worst things ever built by man.
They were essentially computers, TVs masquerading as computers, and they weren't really capable of much of anything other than playing videos. The only cool thing about them that I do genuinely like is they often had like slots for SD cards, compact flash, and all that. And some of them had video input, meaning they essentially had capture cards built in.
Really?
Yeah, which
Already built in OBS.
essentially, although OBS wasn't even around at the time, but having built-in RCA, like that's great for like retro gaming. I wish there was like a way we could do that nowadays, because most capture cards these days are all HDMI only, and don't have a pass-through. So then there's also What were some other things? There's also that early to mid 2000s trend of having graphics put onto the graphics cards, as in stuff like pictures of soldiers and
Like graphical tests?
no, as in
I thought you were talking about like something similar along the veins of those like Nvidia like CG tests.
Oh, I love those, but no, it's stuff like what I'm sharing in Silent Shitheads. They put like pictures of mermaids on them. My favorite one were the Johnny Fatality cards, who was like this one of the first esports celebrities, where they put his face on the card, just staring into your soul.
Really?
Stares into your like Jerma.
The solid red coloring adds a lot to it.
Yeah.
I thought that was Travis Bickle.
Nowadays, it's also kind of pointless because it was also before like most PCs had like the see-through glass panels, and even if you could see inside, they were facing downward, meaning you couldn't see what the graphic was.
That stinks.
Nowadays, what they do instead is they just have like a sort of more standard sleek look.
Thank you for following Emmanuel 574990.
Sweet.
Now,
Actually, speaking of, can you link me your Twitch so I can give you a follow there?
Sure. Just give me a fucking.
here you go. I got it.
Okay, never
Blah.
mind.
Okay.
Yeah. Nowadays, what you could do is graphic cards have backplates on them that are meant to look more sort of standard fit with the rest of the card. But if you want to, you can get like custom backplates put in. So if you want to put Naruto on it,
see you later,
can.
Mr. Mr. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But...
So
Mr.
Mist.
Also, I like this listing online I saw where the card's listed as Soul of Death, and it's Kenny from South Park.
Of course.
Yeah,
Graphics card.
but yeah, because putting a plate on the back of your graphics card is not only can it make it look a lot better, but it also helps get heat away from the card. So it's both fashionable and functional. But then you also got
Doing a Kenny impression is hard. You have to make it muffled, but at the same time, you have to make his words actually coherent.
I'm also always
Doing
fascinated.
an impression of Pyro.
I'm also always interested in the late 2000s gaming tech, PC tech stuff, because a lot of it was just so like, it was when like the early days of like the gamer aesthetic was coming out, and just you got all these really gaudy designs, but I love it. Like this thing, like this thing. This thing looks disgusting, but so cool at the same time.
It's epic. I like how it has half a ninja star on the side.
Yeah,
Also-
yeah,
No, go ahead.
yeah. That's the thing. It's like they'd always have like half a ninja star, or just like weird X's and crosses on them, or just, or
The
Yeah.
Microsoft XXX too hot for TV.
yeah. This,
AMD Radeon R.
Shit.
nowadays, they kind of mellowed out nowadays. Although you can still find plenty of like OTT cases, but nowadays there's a bigger emphasis towards trying to make something that's a lot less OTT, but at the same time a lot more functional.
Right.
Like right now, the most popular case people get right now on Newegg is the Meshify C, which is this one. People really like it because it's easy to build in. It has a ton of airflow, and comes with 2 free fans, which is pretty nice. Yeah. In fact, is it? In fact, it's been #1 for months. I think it probably still is.
a very bad experience with Newegg. Not gonna lie. 'Cause,
What happened?
So when I was trying to get myself a PC part, I bought. I think it was the. Trying to remember what part it was. I think it was the shell of the tower, and like my package never delivered at all, and I called them and I asked them about it, and they said, we might have like some problems like with delivering, especially like during the pandemic and everything, and I was like, oh, okay, I understand. But if your product never shows up, we'll give you a refund. And sure enough, I got a refund.
Wow.
And that was actually my first time buying shit on Newegg. It was my first time.
That sucks.
And then when they didn't do it, they tried to haul it. One of the guys was like, "Hey, haul it onto my ship first."
Yeah. Also, if you hear me screaming like fucking shit, like I said, I'm playing a game just to.
All right, try not to say slurs or anything.
Nah.
That is one of my favorite scenes recent.
That's only when a certain friends show up. they're on my other server, so.
Load my car, board the ship first. Battery, what kind of noise? What kind of noise did you describe the thing that those guys are making as? What kind of sound would that be described
let me
as?
hear it again.
I put it in a sound shitheads. You might as well show it to the audience too.
Okay.
Also, where did you send the link?
It's in sound shitheads. Just scroll up.
I think I know how to describe it. It's like two sea lions about to fight, but then they're interrupted by a bird flying by. They're like, just two angry sea lions. They're about to square off, but right before they do it, they're distracted by a small bird flying by, and they get back right to it.
I like how his reaction at the very end is just him staring in confusion at them.
It's great out of context.
Speed Racer is a fucking mess when it comes to its dub.
But I love it. But you want to know something funny?
Speed Racer?
About Speed Racer, yeah, I was looking at I was watching random episodes on YouTube, and there was this one episode I watched where the dubbing was completely fine. There was no motor mouth. Everyone sounded clear and legible. No weird moments. It was like bizarrely.
That's fucking scary. I would kill myself if I saw that.
Every so often I saw episodes where I'm in the middle of a race, Richie, and then this
Speed Racer.
And then this episode's like, oh hey, how are you? My name is Speed Racer, and it's like, what the fuck?
And then it just goes back to the usual motor mouth at the very next episode. They go just like the Speed Racer parody that like Fair the Odd Parents did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember a scene from one of the episodes where it's a Speed and a Trick. What's her name? Trixie.
Yeah.
The Femoid. I'm sorry, that didn't mean.
The Femoid. They're in the car, and she's like, look at the sky, look at those clouds. And he's like, Trixie, be quiet, I'm trying to think of a plan. And she has a very shocked face and goes, oh!
You care about racing more than me!
It's like, Speed...
Need to get some lunch.
How did they not... Actually, no, nobody cared about anime back then. Sure. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
I saw a video from 13 years ago called Speed Racer Goes Crazy, where somebody just edited him to look like a sociopath who killed the Master Racer.
Yeah.
I'll kill you, and I killed the Master Racer, and I'll kill everyone else.
You just ripped that off. You ripped that off of fucking Channel Chasers, you fool.
That was the joke. That's what I was going for, you dumb.
There was.
Oh, but yeah. Look, here it is in Silent Shit. I timestamped it too. Here it is, Speed Racer with normal talking at a normal human pace.
So,
he created the cyboronavirus.
he created Carusta.
The Corobovirus.
But yeah, like I remember this is when I had a not so good mic, and I was still living with my parents, who admittedly still don't know that I'm a voice actor, and so I remember the director messaging me saying, "Hey, can you please redo this? But like you're in agonizing pain." And I had to record it on the day that my parents were never around, so they can hear me scream in a guttural sound. I remember I did like 3 or 4 takes, I believe. I think I did 3 or 4 takes of the same extremely guttural sound. Yeah, and I kind of did the same with your project coming soon, you.
That's cool. Actually, here's something. Speaking of voice acting, there's that one clip I also love on YouTube of it's called like, all right, just scream like a normal human, like a normal person.
Yeah.
And it has that one girl who screams like she just hit male puberty. It's great.
Okay, let's give me a moment. I need to back this guy up on Google Drive, and then I'll take a look.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
He's going over that cliff.
He's going over that cliff.
My favorite is there's like, I know my power ring gone forever.
My precious power ring gone forever.
Yeah, from that one Ninja Turtles episode. I love.
Is she a recurring villain?
No, she's only there for like one episode. You can actually find her entire episode on YouTube.
Like,
Nice.
Wait,
it's funny too.
Quiet! We need to hear this.
Go ahead.
She really botched that delivery, didn't she?
I think it's funny.
I think it's great. It probably fits the character. I don't know. I haven't watched that whatever anime that is.
Me neither, but I do think it. I do love when you kind of get try to like, kind of get like funny like takes like that.
How do you do like that power ring scream? That is a
You mean that?
yeah, because it's.
I think what you should do is like you go it at the back of your throat, and then you try to scream, but at the same time you try not to wake your parents.
I think this comment perfectly sums it up. This bitch turned into a TIE fighter.
Just pretend like you're a pissed off cat. I think that's the key.
By the way, I just posted the episode that I talked about on Silent Shitheads.
What's another funny voice acting? It is kind of fun when you kind of get like slightly amateur sounding voice acting, and it's oddly charming. Like
yeah,
Astro Boy is some pretty shitty voice acting.
Yeah, it does, especially in the '60s.
Yeah.
Oh no, well, I argue the voice acting in at least the '60s voice acting actually sounds decent sometimes, but with like the '80s one, it's even funnier because there's a lot of botched lines where they mess up a few words. I remember there was an episode that had like a robotic gopher, and Astro Boy is lost in the desert, and the little gopher's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll help you get an energy cassette."
It really wasn't until like the '80s that you started to see much better anime dubbing coming out. Like,
yeah,
because because
And
like
plus-
by the 80s,
Plus, the 80s Astro Boy was like literally 1980, the first year of the 80s. So that was. I'm guessing that's before they actually started trying.
yeah, like Robotech was one of the first to have like a decent dub. And in fact, a lot of the Robotech actors are still in the anime dubbing industry. The main characters, like in fact, the main character of Robotech is Tony Oliver, who is still acting and played Minato, the fourth Hokage in Naruto.
I think I know who you're talking about.
There's also
Can I
There are
also
others.
just say that the? Go ahead.
there's also Richard Epcar, Rebecca Fortstadt, Cam Clark,
Oh yeah.
Steve Kramer, Tom
Richard
Weiner.
Epcar. That name sounds familiar. What's he known for?
It's the guy who voiced Joseph in Part 3. Doug.
Oh, that's
he
why.
also voices Raiden.
Holy shit, bricks!
He's also Myotismon and also Bobobo.
and Raiden
Oh
from Mortal
shit,
Kombat.
Bobo.
He was also. Wasn't he also. Isn't he also Lupin's partner in Lupin 3?
Yes, in the
Lupin
was
the
it?
Third.
Wait, so wait, he was the original? Was he the original? Jaggy? Was his name Jaggy?
Potentially.
Mick Jagger.
Yeah. And also, yeah, so if you look through the cast list, it's all people who are still acting, and some who would later on become like really big names in the anime voice acting scene. And so, like Robotech
Holy
got
shit,
lucky
go
there. Robotech got extremely lucky there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can I just say that Robotech is like the fans like for Robotech can not the fans for Robotech. I meant to say like just there's a bunch of people that weirdly think like, oh no, you don't like Robotech, you like Macross, and it's like shut up, I like both.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Isn't Macross the police Mac anime?
No, that is shit. Which one are you talking about?
There was like a mech anime that's like powered by a police force, I believe.
Patrol Labor.
Yeah,
Patrol-
yeah, that one.
Yeah.
No, because the thing with Robotech is that it's essentially it is Macross, but it was Power Rangered.
Yeah, so what happened with Macross is originally was going to be just a dub of the anime Macross, but the way syndication worked back then, and which Macross was a syndicated show, is it needed at least 65 episodes. So what they did was they took two other anime and
Spliced it together.
The problem is though, the two anime that they spliced together were two relatively obscure series. No one was really not with a big fan base. But Macross, on the other hand, is like an all-time classic in Japan. And it's a big center point of those Super Robot Wars video games. And unfortunately, Harmony Gold, for the longest time, were very protective of the Robotech license, and that was kind of a pain. In fact, the only while there were other Macross things released in the States, including an uncut dub, the only way it happened was because Harmony Gold was in such financial peril. They were like, finally, we can get away with it. Which is a bit funny.
Yeah.
Although apparently they've worked it out now. Like, surprisingly. Probably because Harmony Gold barely exists anymore. The only way they exist now is because they're like they do a lot of real estate.
It's
stuff.
very real estate.
Harmony Gold does sound like a real estate company. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Come by your house at Harmony Gold.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I need to make myself some lunch.
Harmony Gold were an interesting company, though. Like, in fact, they did. If you look through some of the stuff they did in the '80s, what they planned two English dubs of like two certain franchises that were actually sounded pretty interesting. One is they planned on dubbing Dr. Slump for the U.S., and you can even
No.
and you can even find like a pilot. It's a decent dub for the time, but yeah, getting Dr. Slump is one of those shows where even though it's technically a kid show, it's a little too raunchy for
American audiences.
For like American TV, yeah. They wouldn't be able. They wouldn't be able to get it. Like it's
the problem.
No, continue.
The problem I have with Harmony Gold is that they're a bunch of fucking scumbags.
Oh shit.
Like because of the fact that they've been consecutively multiple times in a row blocked single-handedly the idea of getting a Super Robot Wars game games like released in America because of that damn Robotech controversy. So it's literally just them. They were the ones holding up the Super Robot Wars getting released here, which that sounds cool. Evangelions are in it. I want to play that.
They worked it out now. So that's nice.
Fucking better give it to me, guys. Let me see. Because there's a segment in one of the Robot Wars games. I can't remember which one it was, but where Shinji shows up, and like you can place him in a home where he's not horribly like fucked up. So and he actually grows up to become somewhat well adjusted. To the point where like if he walks up to the protagonist of Gundam Seed, who is essentially just Shinji, but he never changes throughout the entire thing, and punches him in the face and tells him to man up.
It's funny.
And I looked at that and went, "Oh, go ahead."
Yeah, that is funny. But also, here's a clip from the test dub they did for Harmony Gold, and I'm actually surprised they kept one of the dirty jokes in. Look. Oh, they kept in the joke where O'Reilly sees her robot body for the first time and goes, "I'm flat-chested. You're supposed to be." I'm surprised they kept that. But yeah, it's a very hard to find. But the other interesting one is they were working on, no joke, a dub of Dragon Ball. And they only dubbed like the first couple episodes, but they did dub one of the movies. And it is kind of funny to hear some of the voice actors.
Well, I know something interesting about the Dr. Slump dub.
What?
It features Bryan Cranston.
Makes sense. He did anime dubbing for years before he was on TV.
Like he voiced a cop character and some referee guy. But I think if you listen back to that thing, you can hear it. But whatever. I'm impressed that Bryan Cranston's thing goes that far back. But
yeah.
They said they did a Harmony Gold Dragon Ball?
Yeah, with Barbara Goodson voicing Goku and Wendy Lee voicing Bulma. It's an interesting dub. Some of the voices are pretty good, but it's also famous for the fact that it has a lot of kind of funny name changes. Range from tolerable to kind of hilarious. Goku has been renamed to Zero for some reason. Oolong was changed to Mao Mao, I think because of his Chairman Mao suit.
Come on.
Krillin was changed to Bongo, which is hilarious, and I love it.
Why?
What was the name?
Bongo.
Bongo?
Which I love. Probably the one that's the most famous, though, is what Korn was renamed to, because they referenced it in Team 4-Star. He was renamed Whiskers the Wonder Cat.
Oh, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Team 4-Star, have y'all do y'all want to know why the Big Green nickname came about?
We all know about
the Big Green dub.
Ah,
Yeah.
it's Big Green.
Let
that child alone.
Remember that one scene where that one guy dies and he's like, ha, ha.
Yeah, so, but the actual name changes aside, so like the actual voice acting is actually pretty decent. You got Chell Chase as Poir, Robert Axelrod in there. You got who else? Rebecca Forstad, Steve Kramer. So you got like some decent actors. And I actually do like Wendy Lee's Bulma voice.
Oh fuck.
And the funny thing, although you want to see something hilarious,
Who are you?
when that one Southeast Asian dub for
Let
Dragon
that
Ball
child
came out that was
alone.
made for places like English-speaking India came out, they actually brought back Wendy Lee as Bulma.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a dub of Dragon Ball Super called the Bang Zoom dub because, bizarrely, rather than
Oh, that's the one
recording
with
it,
Surfer Dude Goku, right?
yeah, essentially. So the thing is with the Bang Zoom dub of Dragon Ball is that rather than being dubbed in-house in somewhere like India or Malaysia, like a lot of them are, like a lot of these dubs for East Asia are, bizarrely it was dubbed by Bang Zoom in California, but still written in places like Indonesia and the like. As a result, you get at really high quality sounding voice acting. Like most of the actors, save for Goku, actually sound on point. Like Wendy Lee does a great job with Bulma. Brian Beacock does a great job with Krillin. Michelle Ruff is the great Chi-Chi.
It's okay, we're all having fun.
You have no idea the history
I'm
I have
showing
with your
the class.
father.
Say, Bulma, with all this celebrating, it must be a big birthday. How
Krillin
old are
doesn't
you going to
sound
be
too
turning?
Yeah.
How dare you? A gentleman never asks a woman's age.
Care for one more?
These luxury ships are really something.
In hindsight, saying you never ask a woman's age is kind of stupid because isn't asking the age important? Because what if you are accidentally dating a minor? That's gonna be
Battery.
That's not gonna fly well. What?
Yeah.
But
Fuck, Blender's freezing up. Oh wait, never mind.
But yeah, and also Kaiji Tang is the voice of Vegeta, and he actually does a pretty solid job too. Everyone sounds pretty good except for Lex Lang as Goku. Lex Lang is the voice of Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star. So, and the thing is, I think they told Lex Lang to do an impression of Sean Schemmel, and it just doesn't sound right. He sounds a little too goofy, dopey sounding.
Wait, when did this dub come out?
This came out I want to say early. I don't know actually. Hold on. It definitely came out. I think it did come out either around the same time or even perhaps a little bit before Funimation stuff came out.
Yeah, because if I remember, it was the Ocean dub and I forgot what the dude's name was. I think his name had like the word Kirby in it, I believe.
All I really remember about old school Dragon Ball dubs is the cool music montage sounding intro.
Oh yeah.
Dragon Ball.
You got so that dub is called the BLT dub. That was produced in Canada.
What?
Yeah. So
why?
Because it was done by a company by BLT Productions in Canada.
Okay, that's a very specific name.
Oh, BLT like
sounds
bacon,
good right now.
Bacon, tomato, lettuce. Bacon,
sounds good
bacon,
right
lettuce,
now.
tomato.
So the thing is with the BLT dub, it was done in Canada and features some of the same voice actors who would go on to the Ocean dub, just in different roles. But the thing is, however, while it did air on TV, it didn't air at good time slots, and the VHS tapes didn't sell the best. So Funimation, because bear in mind Funimation was a brand new company at the time, they were like, okay, let's jump straight to Dragon Ball Z because we know that'll be a lot more successful. Well,
And I'm guessing they didn't do like OG Dragon Ball until a bit later.
yeah, so they did it. It wasn't until after Dragon Ball Z was a big enough hit that they finally started doing the original Dragon Ball. Something that is interesting though is that the original Dragon Ball some of its writing was still handled by the Ocean group in
Oh yeah,
Canada.
I've heard about that.
Yeah,
God damn it! I need to restart Blender. It keeps on freezing up for some reason.
So you got a lot of like some crossover between them.
They're crossing their
okay, go
PP
ahead.
They're crossing their PP streams.
What's up, Steven?
On the topic of like weird, obscure dubs or like something like that, have you ever heard of the Creative Productions dub?
The what?
It was a dub for Dragon Ball. That was one of the first ever dubs.
Oh,
you could
the
possibly
Philippines
have.
one. The Philippines one. Right?
The one that's the one from the Philippines that was lost media until like last year. I'm gonna leave it in here, and with that, I need to go buy drugs. I'll be right.
Alright. Alright, have fun.
I'm totally not calling the cops
What
right now.
the fuck?
Great lines to take out of context.
Straight from the the Steven's mouth.
What the fuck?
What?
Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
What is it?
I pressed the wrong button.
Oh, okay.
Splitgate has this thing where it's like press this to go on a browser, and I pressed the wrong button, and it went to my browser.
Yeah, so
Went to your browser.
but yeah, there are a lot of Dragon Ball is one of those shows where the amount of English dubs out there, just due to the like weird regional stuff involved with a lot of Dragon Ball dubs, is kind of
Intriguing.
it's kind of like the
It
big
has like the most dubs I've ever seen.
For
Yeah.
anything ever.
the Big Green dub is probably the one most people know, just because it's became very
Infamous.
yeah.
Mhm.
But that's far from the only one.
There's also the famous Malaysian dub, the Speedy dub.
Yeah.
I love that one so fucking much. I like the silly line deliveries with the Malaysian accents.
If I don't eat my rice, it won't be nice.
Poo-poo! Kid Goku and everyone!
Oh, thank you for following, Omega.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
There's also there are also some odd like spin-offs of some of the dubs later on that are kind of funny. Like a great example being what's sometimes called the a great example is that like with the Ocean dub, there's the one that was made for Saturday mornings, but there was also an uncut Ocean dub of Tree of Might later on where it's a lot closer to the Japanese script. It's uncut. It has the original music.
They say fuck a lot more.
No, but then
Oh, fuck! Said Goku.
and then Phaelus did a great video comparing all the different dubs. So you got like Funimation dub, the two Ocean dubs, Big Green, and also Speedy dub.
Oh.
If I
You're
eat
Big
my
Green.
Big Green. The Big Green dub's hilarious, and I just love the fact that a lot of the voice actors went on to do Code Lyoko.
Nice.
Where at the very least they sound a lot better.
I remember Code Lyoko. That didn't that one have like a finale?
Yeah, I think they did have like a big old finale. They also made a reboot later on where it's live action, but then it goes into the CG world.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
reboot the Guardian Code, right?
Yeah,
The
might have-
poopy doo doo one.
Yeah, might as well. It was basically there was basically their own like reboot the Guardian Code. Albeit, it seems like that one. It seems like the
Oh
this one
wait,
got
wait, we're not talking about reboot the Guardian Code. Are we talking about reboot season 4?
No, there was a reboot of Code Lyoko.
Reboot Code. Oh, Code Lyoko. My bad. I thought you were talking about reboot.
Yeah, there was a reboot of There was a reboot of Code Lyoko where it's live action, and then what they go into the computer world and it becomes a CG like the original show.
Yeah, you kind of got it wrong a little bit. Like, it is a reboot, but it's a reboot of the show Reboot, where that was made by.
No, wait, you're still talking about Guardian Code, and are you?
No, there's a reboot of Code Lyoko where it has a similar thing to the Guardian Code.
Oh, okay, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. So there was an actual live action version of Code Lyoko.
Yeah, but in this, but when they go to the CGI.
Oh fuck.
So it's live action. Then they go into the CGI world and it turns into animation. It's called Code Lyoko Evolution. Kind of interesting. The CGI models have a much more a somewhat. I don't know. They use a different. They're like, I wouldn't call it cell shaded, but they have a different touch to them.
Let me see.
They still got them big old heads.
The big old heads.
They still look like animals.
Yeah.
What did the original Code Lyoko CGI look like, by the way?
Very similar, just a little less polished, I want to say. Hold on, let me grab a good screenshot.
Because they don't look as on model to the 2D designs as I remember.
Yeah. Okay, that's Evolution.
Yeah,
actually,
with Evolution, they're slightly off. Evolution is what I'm saying.
I'm trying to find out. There we go.
Okay.
Dang it! It's a janky screenshot. Let me get a higher res.
All right.
That's not what I'm looking for. God, why is it so hard to find the stupid I just want a shot of the characters in all their big-headed glory.
Of all their big-headed CGI glory.
All right, close enough. Yeah, so here's the original show, and here's
they're much
the Evolution
more,
designs.
Yeah, they're much more on model to their 2D animated designs here. That's what I'm saying.
Kind of pointing, which is kind of funny, given that the redone models are for the live action one. And also something I noticed, something a bit odd, is that they changed the outfits so they're a lot more Tron-y kind of looking.
Tron-y.
Which I kind of prefer the original, but whatever. It's there.
It exists. It's a thing. It's an occurrence that occasionally happens. Not always.
Actually, there was a Code Lyoko game on the Wii. Hey, that could be a decent bit of cheesy fun. Oh, hey, Candy.
Hi. Hi, Candy. Bubblegum and taffy.
I'm better than yesterday.
That's good.
Sarah's down in the dumps.
It's all good.
We're streaming actually.
What are you streaming?
Yeah, we're streaming on Twitch. I'm streaming Blender.
Oh.
I'm playing Splitgate. Well, I'm not streaming. Yep.
I've been wanting to play that. Do you want to play that?
I want candy.
Yeah, sure.
Bubblegum and taffy. Skip to the sweet shop with our sweetheart Sandy.
Shit.
I also, so.
I hope I'm not intruding. I'll leave.
No, you're good. You're good.
You're good. We're just chilling. We're just doing a little bit of trolling.
And blundering.
Oh, guess what today is?
What?
It's my grandpa's birthday.
Happy birthday, Candy's great.
He is 71 years old.
What you call? Oh, I thought you said titties. I'm sorry.
What? It's my grandpa's birthday, not my titties.
No,
My titties are the same age as me.
I was just saying. No, I was just saying. Like I heard you say, "Oh, titties." My grandpa's birthday.
No.
Just like Stamper says, "Ah, titty."
Like Candy, I'm sorry, but that just gave me a funny image of you like looking like normal, 20 years old, and then you got like the saggy monster granny titties. Have you ever seen Avatar? Like those two old ladies from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Their tits sag so low
yeah.
they go to their knees.
Yeah, imagine like completely like young, happy-go-lucky, and then with like that. I'm amazed they got that joke in Avatar. I'm amazed.
Also, Peach, I'm gonna. It's gonna be one game because I actually gotta go to work.
All right. I love how they copy and paste the animation cells.
All right. Here we. Oh, add split gate, friend. Okay.
Hold on, I gotta go through the tutorial.
So this show is traditional animation, so I wonder how they managed to perfectly copy and paste the two things.
Well, it is traditional. I imagine that this was at the time when digital ink and paint was still very.
It was probably they were doing that. They were doing like animation cells, but also digital ink and paint.
Yeah, because by 2005, digital ink and paint it was the standard. The last cartoon to be, I think, the last cartoon to be made in digital ink and paint without digital ink and paint was, at least in America, is Whatever Happened to Robot Jones.
Oh.
I remember that show.
Yeah, if you watch that show, it's really noticeable that it doesn't use any like sort of digital coloring or anything, because it has that very like desaturated, very like kind of look. It looks really nice. It's like Robot Jones still has like this really unique, never gonna be done again look, even if it's not exactly even if it's not the best show in the world. Although, have you guys ever heard the ending the creator wanted to do?
What was the intention?
He wanted the ending to be Robot Jones goes crazy from like all the inefficiency of humans and starts the robot apocalypse.
Oh God!
And the thing is,
he was gonna do a Star versus ending then.
How do I close portals? Left
and right, keypad.
You gotta shoot monkeys into it.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
You and your monkeys, you.
There's an obscure reference. No, there's this really terrible movie called Southland Tales. It's a fucking awful movie, like really bad. But it has a lot of lines that are hilarious out of context. And like, there's a line I love called like, and do you know what we did when we found a hole in the fourth dimension? We launched monkeys into it. And, like, it's one of those movies where there are like a lot of really funny out of context lines, like, if you don't let me suck your dick, I'll kill myself, or but the New York Times said God is dead, or another one. Scientists are saying the future is going to be far more futuristic than they originally predicted.
That one's pretty good.
And there's a scene where Justin Timberlake randomly sings "The Killers," and another scene where like John Lovitz plays a corrupt cop who like is played entirely seriously and is genuinely threatening.
That's silly.
But no, it's fucking awful. It's one of those, because most of the movie is just like really, really lame satire of sort of mid-2000s politics, and it's really like you can barely follow it. Most of the characters are really one-dimensional. It's a fucking mess, and And while there are some cool scenes, it's still a terrible movie.
It's terrible.
And what movie? And what movie was this?
Southland Tales. It was made by the guy.
Yeah.
It was made by the guy who made Donnie Darko.
Yeah, I know about that one. Yeah. I've never seen Donnie Darko, but I
More
don't
like
plan on
shitty Sharto.
it. I do have this. Since we were talking about like voice acting earlier, sometimes like auditions can be weird.
They can
You
be
know?
chaotic.
Some can. One good example I can think of was the actor for John Marston of Red Dead Redemption, and like what he described it was that he got a call from his agent about an audition for a video game, a Western video game, and they had him to dress up like a cowboy and have him to say certain things. But then like the casting director was like, hold on, let's do something a little different. I'll be back. And then he waits for him, and all of a sudden he brings in another guy that was also doing an audition, and he was like, hey, you told me to wait. What's going on? And the guy was like, oh, you're still here? And I was like, well, yeah, you told me to wait. And the casting director was like, oh, well, hey, you did good. Well,
You did good. Get the fuck out.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead. And he said he has no idea how he got the role because he pretty much didn't even complete his audition, but he got the role anyways.
What crazy luck.
Is it sad that I really like the bullpup design of guns?
Yeah. Well, actually, no. Actually, I don't know.
Like, I just really like bullpup designs.
What's bullpup?
Where the ammo reload is in the stock, rather than like in front of. So like an AK-47, the ammo stock is in front of the trigger, but a bullpup AK-47, the ammo would be put into the stock behind the trigger.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just really like the design of them. Like, yeah, they're silly and stupid looking, but they're cool.
They're goofy and silly, but I love them like my son.
I mean, like, if you think about here, hold on.
Hey G-Force, how's it going?
Hold your titties. Hold on.
Hold on to your tits.
I don't wanna.
Go ahead.
I don't wanna.
Do it!
Bullpup guns. Okay. So, like, a good representation would probably be, I believe, the AUG. The AUG is a good representation of a bullpup. I would say the P90, but the P90 has their ammo on top with the sight. Like, it's a lifted scope because of that.
Okay.
So, like, here's what I was talking about.
Welcome G-Force on Twitch. We're streaming making a character in Blender. Yeah.
So, if I direct your attention to Silent Shitheads. So here is an AK-47 bullpup design versus an original AK-47.
One is very midgety and the other is very long.
Yeah. It's because of the design of it. Because it racks right above the trigger. That's where your bullets rack.
Okay.
So instead of being in front of the trigger, so the stock ends up being shorter, you have a more versatile and accurate shooting gun.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I like bullpup designs. And the AUG is a really...
practical too, from the looks of it.
Oh, yeah. I play a lot of Call of Duty, and like my main is the AUG and P90 because they're
In Call of Duty?
oh yeah, in Call of Duty. But they're like so like they're so OP. But I love it. And I have it's a great design if you have it dedicated to recoil control and speed, which is like perfect because then it just becomes a laser. Because the gun already has enough accuracy. This is an AUG untouched. The bullets rack in the stock, and you can see that, but it pushes through.
I gotcha.
But I like bullpup designs. Oh, have you ever seen a bullpup shotgun? Hold on.
By the way, are you still in the tutorial?
No, I'm not. I'll join you in a
Okay.
sec.
I'll send you another invite.
What are you doing tutorials of?
Splitgate. Y'all might like this game. It's on PC and it's free. And it pretty much plays like Halo and but with portals.
So, this absolutely looks unholy, and I love it. But this is a shotgun. This is a pump barrel shotgun, bullpupped.
That thing looks beefy.
Oh, absolutely. It's like the D12, which is like a main gun that I use. A DP12.
DP. Yeah.
But yeah, no, they're just fucking. They're bulky, but it pulls all the power. So you like most shotguns, it gives you a kick. Well, the kick lowers with the bullpup design. So, it's nice. This is what I use in Call of Duty as well, whenever I have shitheads. And people
Useless
make me
dumbass
angry.
shitheads that can't do jack shit.
No, it's more of like I got camping bastards and I want to take care of them in one shot, so I use this. Hate camping bastards.
I'm a camper.
Oh, I bet
Then
you
you
are.
deserve death.
I'll look
Alright.
at your skin. You've been playing this for a while.
I only played this for one day. This is actually a reward tier.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. Team deathmatch. But yeah, this is gonna be one game for me, so I gotta go to work in about 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have one.
Oh look, I got the same one.
Nice.
I just grabbed it.
Uh.
I don't know.
Oh, we got
Some shoddy snipers.
we got a furry on our team.
I'll bet. Little
fluff-
monster.
We got a fluffy butt. But I did have one very awkward audition that I came across one time. So like there was this ad. I'm not gonna say what it is. I'm not gonna say the guy's name.
Okay, you've been playing this for a while. Where do we go?
Really, we just go anywhere.
Hmm.
Yeah, just go anywhere. This is basically team deathmatch, but with snipers and shotguns. So this guy had me audition, which had me basically do like an impromptu audiobook of like one of the Cthulhu books. I forgot what the name of it is. Like I remember I had to read like the name Yog Sothoth a lot. So
Shub
My
so,
aim's
like-
off.
Shub Enworth, and if I can't say it, I can't censor it.
what?
You know about that one creature that's called Shub Enward Wrath?
Oh, it's over
I
from
just killed
from the-
myself.
from the Cthulhu books.
I don't know. I mean, come on.
I-
Come on. Lovecraft did that on purpose. We all know it.
Well, yeah.
Can I not pick up guns?
You can only pick up guns from like a certain spot where they hold it up. It's kind of like an Unreal Tournament or Quake kind of thing.
I missed it.
But yeah, like I read the book. I read the book, and like the casting director was like, "I'm sorry, but I hear you breathing," and I was like,
Oh, you told me about this.
"Yeah," and I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, I hear you breathing," and I'm like, okay. And I showed him the picture of my setup, and he was like confused, and like and also just to clarify, the whole hearing me breathing, it's like it wasn't like that. It was
There you go.
or not even like that either. It's just whenever
I
whenever I like say words, I do take I have to take a breath because I'm fucking reading a book, you know. And so and like I did it again. I read the whole thing again, and like trying to remember.
Why did I aim in?
I showed it to him again, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I hear you breathing again. I don't know what's wrong with your setup. I have a friend. I have someone who did an audition in an iPhone, and it sounded so much better than yours." And I'm like, "Okay, okay, dude."
He was being too
dang.
mean.
How do I switch guns? It never showed me that.
Why?
Oh! Nah, it's scroll wheel for me.
Oh, you're using a keyboard?
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, like so like I honestly did feel a bit insulted that the guy said that the guy's iPhone was better than my Samsung Meteor mic. And
yeah.
Do what?
You should feel insulted because that was kind of mean.
I did the splits.
Nice. What do you say, Battery?
I was saying, and you should be, because that was kind of mean. It was kind of like he was kind of being boastful, honestly.
Yeah, and like so I even sent it to some friends, and they thought it was fine, and they thought he was like fucking insane.
I think
so.
I mean, he could easily fix those issues with just a little bit of audio editing. There's a noise remover for a reason.
Yeah, and here's the thing though. I sent him a message and I told him, listen, I know some people who did like my setup, so I'm just gonna.
I'm starting to get the hang of it.
Oh yeah, you'll love this. And I was like, listen, I have some people who really enjoyed my setup.
Oh,
so
damn. How do you do it?
Well, you're on keyboard though, right?
E.
It's like right stick for me.
Oh, it's V.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but like, so I dropped it off. I told him, find someone else. And then a day later, he sends me a message saying, "Hey, I'm sorry. I had a migraine yesterday, and I actually did some audio editing, and you sounded great. You want to jump back in?" And I'm like, "All right, yeah, sure."
All right,
and
so that at least explains why he seemed like he was being a dick.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm just like, I'm not so sure if it went through, or anything. I don't know if he's using it because I didn't get any notification or anything. But I just found it so fucking weird that I went through all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, actually, the funny thing, recently there's this one guy on eBay who, in case you don't know, I do like a PC building service on eBay, and the thing is, there's this one guy who he's already bad at English, so that's a problem, and the thing is, he asked me, "Hey, can you build this specific computer?" I was like, "Yeah. Here's some like demonstration parts lists, all that good stuff." So all well and good. Here's the problem. He keep he also gave later on he would give me like a he installed this operating system on there. It's like one of those like one of those weird Steam, one of those weird one of those like weird Linux installs. I think he wanted SteamOS hilariously.
Oh, I keep getting
But
shot.
and then every time I'm like,
Wow.
okay, yeah, I think I can. It's like, can you install? Can you install? And it's like,
Can you
it's
install?
like-
Can you install?
I was like, yeah, potentially. And
Then he's like, do it!
yeah, can you install? Oh, and I was like, do you want me to build the computer? And it's like, it was like, can you install features? Yes. It's like, maybe. And then he says something like, do you install features on phone? It's like, what? I thought you wanted a computer. It's like, do you have website? No, I do not have website. Do not have website. Why do you ask? And then it's
I
like,
do not have website.
do you can install new features? Do you can send images of features?
Do you kin?
Kidding.
Yeah. Or do you install
consent?
features? Do you make soft?
Make soft.
Do you make soft?
Do you make my dick soft?
Do you like hard?
Do you like waffles?
You know, I'm just gonna be. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell him. Look, man. Man, do you want me to build a PC or not? Because
Then he says no.
build you a PC or not? Because I can do that. Just
No. Then he says no. I want you build the phone.
probably.
Can you make phone go on computer? Can you make phone computer hybrid? No.
Alright, I'm gonna back out.
Alright. See you later, man.
Alright, that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank y'all for having me. And,
It was
I'll see y'all around.
Bye.
Yeah.
See you later, man.
Alright, see y'all around.
Bye. I needed to stretch. Sorry about that. That was fucking awesome.
Buns. Yee.
Blaze the movie fan has a weird way of saying awesome. Awesome. He's like putting a weird P or B where it shouldn't be. I wonder where Le Steven went. You think he fell over?
Potentially.
Okay, well, I'm probably gonna bounce.
Alright, see you later, Candy.
See ya. Bye.
let's see, where am I at now?
I think I need to adjust his facial topology a little bit because he has a lot of high range of expressions, like especially in the 2003 anime. What I want to try to replicate is this, like... Let me pull up the image real quick. I want to be able to I want to be able to replicate the way he furrows his brow in, like, the anime in 2003.
Make sense?
Something tells me I'll have to adjust. I'll have to make, like, adjust his facial topology a certain way to make that all work out. See what I can do about it. Let's save first before I do anything. I don't want to accidentally mess up irreversibly.
Good thinking.
Tweak. Oh, chica.
Oh, chica. Oh.
The dog I fornicate with.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Mixed Matt. Mixin' Matt.
And if chat wants to ask any questions, go right ahead.
Yeah.
Thanks for the doodle of lady. It makes me happy.
Yeah, you replicated her... Is that her actual name?
Yeah, her name is Lady in Red. Lady for short.
You replicated her boob window perfectly. The more I think about it, the more I come. Hi, Bob. We're streaming on Twitch again. No, I am streaming on Twitch, technically, because it's my Twitch I'm streaming on.
Okay, I thought it wasn't picking me up. Okay, hello.
Hello. You heard what I said. You heard what I was saying, right?
Yeah, you're streaming on bitch.
Yeah.
All is well, Bob?
All is well.
All's well that ends well.
It's like to start school on like Thursday.
Wish you luck with that.
I get to take an art class this time in school. Yay! Stoked over that because I haven't taken art class since 6th grade. And I'm also doing the history of music.
Sounds like a grand old time.
Sounds like a grand old time.
In Algebra 2, first period, I'm gonna shoot myself.
If I was in algebra, I would do that too. Because algebra sucks donkey balls.
Do you know like how most people really hate a lot of their teachers? I love every single teacher except for one, and she's an assistant teacher in one of the classes I have this year.
Oh man.
I'm gonna end my life.
I'm gonna treat you worse because you have autism.
No, because she treats me like a 5-year-old.
That's what
It's
happens,
awful.
isn't it? Like, severely bigoted teachers.
That's like literally the only one. Every single other teacher in my life has been awesome.
It's all... The best teachers are the ones that understand you and know what's going on with you and treat you with the respect that you deserve.
Yes, sir.
You can choose the Bob.
This exact teacher was the in freshman year. She was the small group teacher I had. So and it was every day. So, fart.
Bob, I think Bob cut off.
No, I tried to fart, Mike.
Don't do that.
Don't.
Okay. Holy shit. Conductor texted me. Let's see what he said. What the fuck? We have a rehearsal tomorrow? What the fuck?
Rehearsal for what? You just started school.
Marching band. We've had marching band shit
Oh
all
right,
the entire
you're still
week too.
You're still in the same semester. You're still in like the same school year, right?
What do you mean?
Oh wait, never mind. How did I had a brain fart because I haven't been in school for quite a while, so I just realized summer marks the end of like a school year.
Yes.
I was mixing it up with the end of a semester.
The high school stadium. First Toronto game, Friday night's Twilight game. Awesome!
Awesome!
What the fuck do you mean pre-game drill? You telling me there's more than the show? Oh. I could fucking literally text back the conductor right now. I want to send them a funny image, but I don't think I should. Go watch Uncle You now.
That's fucking awesome. I'm sorry, I can't stop saying it. It's such a weird way of saying it.
So, Barry, do you like Barney?
Barney?
The dinosaur.
No, he's a retard. He can eat shit and die for all I care.
I do love how
you love dinosaurs.
Not Barney.
He likes
the epic.
I don't know.
I like epic dinosaurs, not gay baby dinosaurs. Gay baby TV show dinosaurs.
How do you feel about Dinosaur Train then?
You can at least Dinosaur Train actually teaches you something. Barney is just nonsense.
I just always find it funny how that show is made by
the Hey Arnold guy, yeah.
Yeah, it's like with it's like with how like the guy who did what show was it? Doug does like preschool TV stuff now.
I guess it's the reason why he's doing it is because with like the Doug guy, it's more his forte, I guess.
And also, there's probably a shit ton of like merchandise money you can make with it.
Yeah.
Because like that Paw Patrol makes like a shitload. Oh, like to the point they actually made a movie recently.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I saw the trailers on YouTube.
Yeah. The funny thing is the CGI in the trailers is like competent looking, but like still has like a very
baby showish quality.
It's still oddly kind of like it's that thing you sometimes get where it's obvious like these guys are like it's the same studio as the TV animation. They probably didn't like up the animation skills as much as they probably should have.
Maybe.
Do you think the Teletubbies were dinosaurs once?
No. They're I don't even know what the Teletubbies are. They're clearly some sort of weird mutant primate thing. So there's no way they could have been a dinosaur at any point.
Okay, I'm looking at this one review for the Paw Patrol movie. Courtney Howard of Variety called the film, "Any crass consumerism is eclipsed by disarming, demonstrable themes and meaningful sentiments woven throughout the film's textured fabric." Bitch, you're reviewing Paw Patrol! Sit the fuck down. You know what you're... on the poster, it might as well be a toy catalog because you got not only the dogs and their cute little in their like cute little outfits, you also got like these vehicles set up, like all the bright colors. You couldn't get a better toy ad.
Yeah, it's just like that scene from one of the Power Rangers movies where like they get the Power Ranger cars and they're like absolutely hyping up all their features. This one has flash processing.
Yeah, I also love that one thing with like the Transformers movie. They added swears so that it was PG, so parents would have to come with their kids.
Yeah.
So that little
like
Billy,
they made Spike say, "Oh shit."
The funny thing is with that the reason why is because so the parents would have to come with their kids, and so the kids could point out what toys to buy for them. Which is pretty evil but brilliant.
It is. It is brilliant, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Giving this fella teeth now.
So, been here often.
Yes. The teeth at the front are always the thinnest, so let's make that adjustment real quick. If this continues...
Oh yeah, Uncle Yu, I've been working on fan art for your animation. Would you like to see it now or later?
Sure, send it my way.
No, the way you say it, Uncle Yu, is send it now!
Oh, cool. Thank you, Matt.
Let me see. Just one moment. Where did he put it?
Sound shitheads.
Oh, not too bad. I like it. I like the blank man. The anonymous blank fella. He's a
Deep
member
behind
of
the slaughter.
blank. He's a member of the Blank Characters Anonymous.
He is Slender Boy.
Slender boy, slender boy.
But yeah, I'll probably finish him up a bit.
So he's not gonna be blank?
Well, I know who he's drawing. He's drawing Voodoo Child.
Oh, is that literally just his name?
I'm terrible with names. I wanted something that would like vaguely tie into his powers while also fitting his personality, and because he has like kind of a youthful appearance and like his powers are that like he can absorb whatever like pain is dealt to him and
Party's on my chair.
and throw it back at others. I decided oh, Voodoo Child would be a cool name. Plus I kind of had a motive.
About VC for short.
If I hurt, it makes you hurt back.
Yeah. The other thing is like originally they had kind of a song motif through some of them, like Lady in Red's named after
Spilled water. It's still white.
Lady
Hey,
in Red.
battery, is the stream still going?
Of course it is.
Yes.
My streams go on much longer than Uncle Yu's, remember?
I am sorry, everyone. I had to go buy drugs, and now I am on the drugs, and I feel fine. So how is it?
We're doing very epically.
So Lady in Red, for instance, is named after the Phil Collins song. Haze is named after the song Purple Haze.
Purple Haze, go through my brain. That's the song that Mr. Richfield sings in Dinosaurs when he gets high off the happy plant.
Yeah, and Voodoo Child is named after another Jimi Hendrix song, Voodoo Child's Safe Return.
So like JoJo.
Yeah, a bit.
JoJo, but not gay. Ha!
So yeah, like I'm of the opinion that like naming characters is usually the worst. So I think like sometimes I'm like, oh, you know what, just name them like it's okay to name them after like completely after songs is totally acceptable. Or after random things. Like I always love the names in the show.
You have to rename them in like the English localization, though. Haha.
Like I love one of my favorites is this show called Bakano, where all the characters have like very over the top names.
I thought you were gonna say accents because I agree with that as well.
No, like some of the names are like. Here are some of the names inside that show: Gustave Saint Germain, Luck Gondor, Tick Jefferson, Dallas Genowad,
Ticky,
Elmer Albatross,
Elmer fucking Fudd, Pepe the Shit,
Niece Holystone, and probably my favorite, Jacuzzi Splot.
Bugs Bunny's birthday's blowout.
Did you say Jacuzzi Splot or Squat?
Splot. Jacuzzi Splot.
Okay. I thought you said Squat.
It might as well. He might as well be. Might as well be. I love. If you haven't seen Bakano, check it out sometime. It's. I believe.
I only recommend watching it because that as part of like the whole aesthetic of what it's supposed to represent.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like New York.
It's set in the Prohibition era, right?
Yeah, it's set in like New York, all that good stuff. It's by the same writer as Durara, interestingly enough.
I think it's like a spin-off of Durara.
No, Bakano came first.
Oh. Sorry.
It's all good.
It's good. You're good.
It's
This
not
is a
as.
damn-
It's not
Actually,
as.
you like. Go ahead. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, you go ahead.
It's WWE news. Apparently, WWE says that their 2K relationship is quote seriously strained.
Oh, geez.
Where'd you hear that?
I mean, I can understand why.
Where'd you hear it?
From Sports Gamers Online.
Who the fuck are they?
It was revealed on
FIFA.
Saturday evening event during the WWE SummerSlam event that 2K Sports made the decision to delay until 2022. Mixed fans across the internet.
Okay, here's what you got to do, Steven. Ignore it. Ignore it. It's bullshit. This is one of the reasons I like.
Just like CNN.
No, one of the reasons why like I've been kind of strained with wrestling is because so much bullshit rumors.
It's
Like if you're a
bullshit.
wrestling
Sports
journalist of
gamers are
any
like the
kind, I
army
hope your
gamers.
kneecaps get broken.
It's not a rumor. It's literally what they said.
You sure? You should. Because like,
try looking it up. If it's not on there, then I'll take
okay, yeah, it
the
is coming. Okay,
So
it
we're
is
gonna
coming out in
watch
March
Rock
22.
streaming on Twitch.
22, which fine, that's fine. It's whatever. But I still hate wrestling journalists with a burning passion.
Look, man, it's not a wrestling journalist. It's a sports journalist.
Same thing, honestly.
Oh yeah, ESPN. It's true. Okay.
Yeah, like
I want to see an extremely goofy movie about their wrestling. That'd be funny.
That'd be charming.
Journalists, am I right?
yeah. Anyways,
More
I'm
like
gonna bring
turds.
you my account.
anyways, moving on.
Hey, you guys want to hear a
but-
funny story from me?
Sure, go ahead.
So, I was in a call in a Discord server, and somehow the topic of SCP got brought up,
Okay.
and then
Already juicy,
so-
go on. I like
then
SCP,
someone
so
brought up
this
there
is
was this
already
SCP about inflation. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
And then he sent the link, and I read it. It was about like milk that when you drink it, you grow fucking multiple breasts and you lactate. And it's the worst thing ever.
I mean, there are SCPs that go even more all out than that, to be perfectly honest.
Really?
Yeah, there's one with a giant monster coral that's full of human cum.
Yeah.
No, wait, you sent me that one. That was funny.
SpongeBob, B-boy, where do you think Pearl came from?
I inseminated a whale.
And there's also 2 Among Us SCPs, which
See that
is
comic
also
where it's-
That I
awful.
did not know. I should probably read those. Sounds kind of silly.
Remember that comic where it's like Mr. Krabs kills a mother whale and adopts Pearl, and it's supposed to be like a dark reason for why Pearl exists?
No, I don't. I'm not sure if that was the context. I thought the context I got
Coral.
from it is that Pearl's mom dies for unexplainable reasons, and someone else did it.
She's on
But Mr.
sabbatical.
Krabs brings her in.
Badbury.
She's on sabbatical.
Bagbury.
What?
What's the number of the cum coral?
I forgot. It gets very graphic and terrifying. So I don't know if you should read it.
SCP-COOM.
Foom.
Pearl's mom must have gotten crabs.
Well, guess I'm gonna have to look up
I
coral
got it.
cum.
Since we were like watching a Brave Little Toaster like a while ago, do you guys have any other like picks that you would put for semi-dark like 80s like or old kids movies like that?
Oh, definitely
Like-
The Secret of Nim and The Dark Crystal. I grew up with both of them.
I mean, those are the
Monster
ones that
Squad.
people always-
Monster Squad's
Oh,
another
shit.
good one.
Gremlins technically, right?
Technically Gremlins, but that's PG-13, so I'm not sure. if
No,
that counts.
Gremlins was PG back in the day.
Oh.
Gremlins
The P-
2.
No, the PG rating back then actually meant something. Like that's
Yeah.
the thing, right? Because you got movies like Inside Out and like fucking like I think Moana actually got a G rating too, and PG rating, and it's like, if nothing new, that would really warrant it. And then you got shit like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, where like a man is singing about wanting to fuck a woman or he'll burn her, and then it's like,
yeah, he's like, and he says hellfire several times.
Actually, isn't it rated? Is it rated G or is it PG?
Yeah, it's rated G.
Whoa, it's G?
Yeah.
I found it, battery.
Jesus, God.
Wait, the what?
SCP-835.
We need to traumatize kids.
Do not
more.
read it. It gets very graphic.
You said, as Steven said, we need to traumatize kids more.
3 movies came out. 3 movies came. You see, originally the way the rating system worked is for the mainstream movies, you had G for general audiences, PG for parental guidance, and R for restricted.
Look,
so
traumatize kids all you want, just not the Catholic way.
Okay. But Bob, do not read SCP-835. It gets extremely graphic. You'll probably get scarred. No.
Okay.
Not. It's about. More specifically, I'm talking about the exploration logs. Those get terrible. Those get horrific.
The cum demon comes out.
No.
It's
then
far
you also
worse
got.
Than that.
Yeah. 3. Yeah.
Battery.
So that's how
curiosity killed the cat. Oh, I guess
that's how you.
Yeah. Don't. Yeah. My point exactly. Don't read it. Wait until you're older.
Yeah. Anyways,
what about Watership Dump?
God. Anyways, so that's how it used to work, and you look back on it, it did reflect that, like True Grit, for instance, was G, or and Jaws was PG, etc., etc. But then in the early '80s, 3 movies came out that all technically were PG, but were a lot more violent than people were expecting.
Which ones were that? Were
Temple of Doom, Gremlins, and finally Poltergeist.
Oh yeah, because Gremlins.
Oh yeah.
The guy
ripping his face off.
Yeah. And with Gremlins, you got like little creatures exploding into green goo.
Yeah. All 3 were shockingly violent for PG movies, and it was like, oh, and were all of them were very controversial because, if you look at the original like trailers for Gremlins, it didn't appear to be that violent. It appeared to be like very funny, quirky monster comedy. Then you watch it, and there's of course the infamous microwave scene.
Oh yeah, where like the little gremlin explodes. Family Guy parodies that bit a lot.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised that Jaws could be classified as a PG movie, considering how much fucking blood is in it.
Yeah, well, and that was the thing also, is that you did often get like kids sneaking into those movies.
Like the scene with Quint spitting blood out of his mouth, like that's R rating in and of itself. Like that would be in a fucking.
I mean, not the act of spitting out blood from your mouth. That's PG-13, well within the range of PG-13.
But
like the whole sequence where he's like you see like the blood going everywhere, and then he like spits it up, and it just blood, man. There's lots of blood.
But I'm amazed that
no. You know what? That also applies to Spirited Away. Like Haku, the river spirit, the dragon guy. He has like a slug inside him, and as a result, he's bleeding from the mouth.
Yeah, but honestly, I think the one that really pushed it was to crazy levels was Poltergeist, just because. How the fuck Poltergeist got a PG rating is amazing.
Wait, Poltergeist was only
like Watership Dump PG.
Just like alone on the fucking the production value and the fact that they use real skeletons.
Yeah, and the infamous face ripping scene alone is kind of a
face ripping scene.
I remember.
Yeah, there's a scene, Bob, where a guy rips his face off, and it's very graphic and dark.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing like the Family Guy episode that parodied it, and when Peter starts ripping his face off in front of the sink, and then it's just he has Hank Hill's face underneath, and he's like, propane.
And then Chris is like, oh, the clown at my bed, and it's like the Ronald McDonald clown.
It's just he's not even doing anything bad. He was just waving hello to him.
If Ronald McDonald waved hello to you, would you do, like in the middle of the night at the foot of your bed?
I'd laugh.
Then
You laugh at the fucking clown that broke into your house?
I mean, it's a funny clown.
Then you also got, so afterwards there were like big controversies because especially in the case of Gremlins and Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom, there were kids who were brought to those movies. So it was like,
which Indiana Jones has the face melting scene?
Raiders of the Lost Ark, which
that is PG, I think.
Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark was PG too.
I mean,
how did they get away with that? I mean, you got like they're screaming and they're gargling blood.
I'm honestly stunned that wasn't the movie that raised concerns, but whatever.
Yeah.
Regardless,
even the Lego video game version of that scene is slightly frightening.
With those movies, there was like a call for reevaluation, and that's when PG-13 came along, which was supposed to be a little more violent than PG, but like
it's not quite R.
But without the restriction of R. The first PG-13 movie being Red Dawn in 1984. However, the thing is, Spielberg promoted the PG-13 rating as a way to still be able to do like grittier PG movies, albeit like A's. However, the thing is PG-13 quickly became the standard rating for the summer blockbuster.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and as a result,
it diminished like the actual impact of it.
Yeah, so like the glory days of the 80s action movie, of the 80s R-rated action movie, got hurt severely by the rise of like PG-13 stuff.
Yeah, nowadays the R rating just consists of fuck, shit, poopy farts.
and the glory days of the PG-rated kids movie, like The Goonies, Explorers, or the like, where you could have kids swearing, being dicks, etc., got phased out by come the 90s, and G rating later on would unfortunately get the moniker of baby movie, which is completely unfair.
Yeah, it's like because now people associate that shit with fucking Oogie Loves.
Yeah, the sad thing is there were creators who were trying their best to keep G rating as a proper rating. Most notably Pixar, because Pixar for the longest time, all their movies were rated G.
You and me and you, both of us together. I think the only reason why PG ratings exist now, why most animated movies get the PG rating, is because they say freaking or poopy doo-doo every now and then.
Yeah. The first Pixar didn't have a PG movie until The Incredibles, which arguably
it's fair because you got a guy because a man trying to commit suicide is like a main plot point. Because
dude, I'm gonna be this is gonna be a weird thing to bring up, but I remember actually I saw the My Little Pony and it was PG rated.
How many times did you attempt suicide afterward? I'm just keep going.
No other things.
Hold on. They did a.
I used to be a brony, but I fell out of interest with the show, and I'm indifferent to it now.
So they did a.
Which movie?
The My Little Pony movie was rated PG.
I think it was.
There must have been something that warranted it.
There wasn't. There was no fart jokes. I don't remember none of it.
Poopy doo-doo fart. I think it's because the lib cucks didn't like the action scenes. I'm sorry, that was mean.
No, it's just, I never
severed with explosion.
The day when My Little Pony has to receive a PG rating is a sad one indeed, because it's like, it's My Little Pony. My Little Pony should not.
Funny dancing horses.
They're
Yeah,
funny
that-
dancing horses. What's so PG about that?
Come on, every pony, smile, smile, smile.
Yeah, that could be why.
That wasn't in the movie.
That was just
Yeah, but like thinking about how many people know about it.
But then,
That'd be
I
funny
went
if it
to a
was in the
concert.
movie.
Bro.
I went to a meetup, and I was one of those fucking freaks that sang it with them.
Oh Jesus!
My God.
That's something that you would. That's definitely something that someone would kill themselves over if they remembered. I know I would.
No. At the same time, I will say, I value them as a group because they. I've told this story before, but when my dad died, they helped pay for his cremation by gathering up money.
That's nice.
That is nice.
So the bronies are cool in my book.
They're an honorable bunch.
Actually,
Alright, I'll keep working you.
Actually, that does kind of weirdly remind me. Is there what's replaced friendship as magic now?
Some new CG movie that looks like ass.
It doesn't look like ass. I've seen worse.
I liked the old
Hey
art
Steve,
style.
did you have a MLPOC?
I did.
What was his name?
I'm not giving that out.
Okay.
I like.
I'm
Howard.
taking that to my grave.
I like that one. I like
just
that
share
one.
it. Just share it.
Go
Just
to
share
my
it in my
DeviantArt.
DMs, and I won't say anything. I promise.
I like that one. I like that one. I like that one guy from Red
The
Eye.
thing is, why does it matter, Papper?
No. I want to know. However, I won't share. I won't disclose the information.
Was he a Earth
I'll say
Pegasus
this:
or
if you can
a
find my
unicorn Steven?
DeviantArt, you'll know it. You'll see.
I like
Okay.
it. I like that one. I like that one Red Eye guy who came in and
You're gonna have
and
to
ma-
hunt for it, motherfuckers.
No.
and made his own MLPLC called OC called Angel Dust, who
I can suck
who's
your
really
dick.
happy all the time and wants to spread happiness through magic powder.
Cocaine.
Magic powder, alright.
Oh yeah, I talking. Oh, the red eye dude.
Yeah,
I actually hated that guy because it's like everyone was minding their own business, and it's like he was just being fucking dicks to them.
He was less of a dick than Howard Stern.
Howard Stern. I'm Howard Stern. MLP is pedophile show.
No, because at least like
I only watched that show. Huh?
because at least the Red Eye guy, was like was like having a bit of fun with it. And at least
Also, let's not forget everybody. Without MLP, we wouldn't have the incredible Twilight and Mordecai meme.
I love that.
Yeah, that magical meme that everyone.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars.
You know, the actual
like
voice
shooting
actors fucking
stars.
sang that shit.
Yeah. I also
Well,
like.
Tara Strong did, but it was Roger Craig Smith who did the other one.
Yeah, which God bless
Wait,
Roger.
wait. Tara Strong actually sang that?
Yes.
I'm looking this up right now.
But no, yeah, because the thing is with the Red Eye, with the guys from Red Eye, they actually seem like relatively good-natured guys, so that's good. But I do love the episode of Red Eye where they tear Chris Brown a new asshole. Oh. You know what? You know what the only thing Chris Brown is guilty of? What's that? A felony. I love that. Especially nowadays, because Chris Brown is still a cunt.
He's a little
No, it's... I do love,
Who's Chris Brown?
He's the R&B singer who beat the shit out of Rihanna.
And still has a career for some reason.
Physically?
Yeah,
Yeah.
very physically, included right down to biting her on the ear, like Mike Tyson style.
What if he did a Mike Tyson impression with the lisp when doing it?
Knowing him, he probably would have.
I'm gonna bite your ear.
Can I just say that I absolutely love Tara Strong?
She seems great. Yeah, she's great.
She seems like an incredible lady. Like not like she seems to take like memes in stride and everything, and I appreciate her ability to laugh at shit.
Yeah. I also
She's
like.
also just talented in general. Harley Quinn is like Harley Quinn's genuinely good.
I also like. Oh, shit. I always appreciate voice actors who can take a joke with their characters, or even if they're like if they're not like the biggest fan of the joke at first, they'll find a way to make it work. Like, did you ever hear the story of Mike Pollock with Pingus?
Oh yeah,
No.
he was like, yeah, in like the Sonic Boom cartoon, he was like, snooping as usual, I see.
No, what? So not that necessarily. What happened was at first at cons he would always do like the snooping as usual. Then he realized that he kind of A, got sick of it, and B, also realized that
It's a
because it
penis
sounds like
joke.
yeah, so he kind of stopped doing it. But then he realized I could take this to my advantage, and so he decided he'll only do Pingus if you give him a Starbucks gift card instead of cash, which is a good way of weeding out like people who just want to talk to him for the meme, and also he gets free coffee. So hey,
Yeah, he gets free coffee as a reward for the dead meme.
He gets free coffee and or shitty Starbucks pastries that aren't very good.
or decent potato chips.
But also, hey, Battery, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to stream what I put in Sound Shitheads, please.
No.
I mean, the pastry is fine.
No.
No, I'm not saying no because I don't wanna. I'm just saying no because I'm stuck in this issue that I don't know the fix of. Look at my stream. I don't know how to fix this. If anyone knows Blender better than me somehow, I want to get out of this situation. Somehow,
I like how you say
the view is cutting off. I don't know what tool I clicked.
I like how you say than me,
Can you reset
like
your
as if you're
settings?
like the
I
master.
cannot.
Blender.
I don't know what the problem. I don't know what caused. Let me hop off for a moment.
Too late, I did it for you.
Fucking cocking my ass.
Sweet, bro. What happened?
I don't know what the problem is. I don't know how to fix this. I fixed it once before, but I don't remember how to do it. And now I cannot find the magical words to describe what this is. I know it's an actual Blender tool, but I used it incorrectly, and now I don't know how to undo it. It's not anything affecting the model, it's affecting the viewport, and I don't know what's going on. Not even clicking toggle view.
Maybe try to ask
Shit
Mensch.
about Blender.
No, Mensch would not know about this.
I don't know. I wish I could help you, Battery, but I'm no expert at Blender.
Are you still streaming?
Yes, I am. And this is going to be the worst part of the stream, the one that people will historically record as the worst event in Battery Master Blender streaming history.
Damn, I'm gonna need to add this to the lore book.
Can we pretend that Barry Master is a cool guy? He is. Relax, man.
It's hard to relax when I don't know the answer.
Just try like retracing in the last time you did it.
It happened out of nowhere. I just happened to click a random keybind.
Did you try to look it up on Google?
I don't know the right keywords to describe the issue.
Blender fuck up you port.
3D. I tried looking it up, but it just thinks I'm talking about like the view clipping, the view distance thing, but it's not.
I don't know how to really work Blender. I don't know how to help with that. Is there any way to like reset the settings at all?
Shut up. Let me focus. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was mean. It's really. I'm just seething right now.
What
I'm
the
very
fuck?
sorry.
Cancel battery?
I didn't even hear what you said, so it's cool.
I said shut up.
Yeah. All right. Cool. You're right.
Yeah, that was not the right way. I should have said it. I should have said, "Shut
Battery,
your
just
fucking
focus
mouth!"
Go back to thinking.
What the? Oh, apparently it's only affecting this for some reason. It's only affecting the solid view. And that makes it even worse.
You think you can redo it?
I don't even want to contemplate that idea right now.
I'll be back later. I'm gonna listen to some Discord packing. You know the vibes.
Okay.
Alright. Just massage your noggin and think really hard about what you did.
Wait, clipping region. That's it? Is that all there is to it? Okay, that's better. Apparently it's a clipping region sort of thing. That was irritating. I hope that never happens again.
So cut this whole thing out, or put like a timestamp in the video so people can skip it.
I should really.
It's easily avoidable, man.
Yeah.
You figured it out, and you have actual evidence. So if you ever want to go back, you can do it again. You can look.
I mean,
like,
yeah,
just...
but it would take like hours, because like remember, my streams go on for hours.
But if you timestamp it like the right way, you can like go back and look at it later if you ever need to to remember it.
I mean, maybe.
I'm saying try to look at it on the bright side. You figured it out.
Yeah, that's true. I did figure it out. I should stop being such a little grumpaluphagus.
Quick, somebody clip it.
I'm usually super grim, but then drugs put me in optimism mode.
Drugs are bad, okay?
What were you talking about before this?
About
are you still here?
About ponies.
Yeah, I am.
We were talking about ponies and Terra Strong.
Oh, yeah. PG and like G-rated shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars.
I actually think Return to Oz is G-rated, and I am blown away that it is.
Is that the one with the clown monsters on wheels?
Yes, and the fucking Gnome King, who's like a awesome stop motion,
The giant stop
and
motion
melts
rock
away
creature.
in the end. Yeah, the rock guy.
Watership Down was pretty PG even though it showed bunnies getting brutally killed.
Yeah, I know. There's a part where they get run over by a train. I saw that. It's a pretty fucked up movie, but that has a PG rating.
It has a
If you've actually seen Return to Oz, that movie does not deserve the G rating it has.
I mean, I enjoy a G-rated movie that's ballsy.
Mm-hmm.
I found a G-rated movie called Something Wicked This Way Comes, which is really good, by the way. Go check that out.
Yeah, that is good shit.
There's like a scene where like a fake kid gets like decapitated or something, and you see his severed head bleeding like in a basket.
Hello,
And it's
I'm a
fucking-
severed head in a basket.
Pete, and he looks like Macaulay Culkin or something. It's creepy.
What if Macaulay Culkin? What if that was Macaulay Culkin?
I'd cry.
Yeah, that was his last appearance.
I'd be like,
this is the unknown sequel to My Girl.
I'd cry. I'd be like, hey.
You know, a Macaulay Culkin movie that I actually genuinely kind of like, but I don't hear people talk about.
What?
I like The Good Son.
Interesting choice.
I think The Good Son actually has a decently built up suspense in it, and it makes you like wondering how this kid can do such awful things. It also has Macaulay Culkin saying, "The furries don't fuck with me,"
Oh yeah, it does.
like in a very deadpan, like serious, like sociopathic way, with a little young Hobbit teeny boy Elijah Wood.
Yeah. What was like? Yeah, it got
BRB.
Okay.
it got an R rating, which was a bit unusual for a Macaulay Culkin
Kind of
movie.
deserves it a little bit.
I
think it's just because of the subject matter of it having a child killer. Like that would probably be enough to like get warranted.
You want to know something funny? Do you know what the director also did?
What?
He did the original. He did True Believer. He did Sleeping with the Enemy, and probably the one that makes the most sense as to like the tone of the movie, the original Stepfather.
Oh, no wonder it's unsettling.
Yeah, like the guy.
The Stepfather is great. Everyone should watch that.
Yeah, Stepfather.
If you don't and if you don't watch it, I'll fucking.
I
kiss
didn't
you.
say that, battery.
No, I said kiss you. I
Battery
didn't say. I said kiss you.
But no, definitely check. Definitely check out the Stepfather. It was genuinely really upset, really like disturbing.
It made my daddy cry.
Literally, the first opening of the movie makes you feel sick.
But does it have a cool dude walking a panther on a boardwalk?
No.
It's
a guy.
You know what I was referencing, right?
No, it's a Locke from a Lost. Getting ready, and it looks like he's gonna go for work, and then like he goes out the door, and if you look in the background, you can see his family slaughtered with an axe.
Oh, gee.
Literally the opening scenes.
This is my family. They are dead.
And you have the image that he's going to be stalking his family for the rest of the movie, and you know what he did and like just how he acts. So it makes you feel sick knowing what's going to happen later.
Or what might happen.
It got remade, and the remake's
poopy doo doo, stinky doo.
It suffers from a lot of those problems that like early to mid to early 2010 horror remakes have, because there was this bizarre trend of like horror remakes for most of the 2000s, and the sad thing is there is potential with the remake. Most notably, the guy they got to play the actual killer, Dylan Walsh. Also, I think is the villain of that one. He actually does a really damn good job, but it just suffers from like it has like an obnoxious like hard rock soundtrack for a lot of it, and
also it suffers from one of the biggest problems ever. It was PG-13.
Yeah,
just like Alien versus Predator.
No.
Yeah, it's like
very rarely does a PG-13 horror movie ever really work.
I mean, sometimes it does.
I mean, the Ring was Ringo PG-13, like the original Japanese one.
The Ring?
Not rated.
I'm talking in terms of like Americans, like
yeah,
horror
I know.
movies. Like most American horror movies that are PG-13 are not very good.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that.
Like Wolf. Don't know if you remember that movie.
The American remake of The Ring worked pretty well because, luckily for them, the original Japanese Ring scares were mostly suspense, and so they could get away with it with PG-13 one.
Isn't the Grudge PG-13 actually? Now that I think about it.
Yeah, the Grudge remake is PG-13, though there is an unrated version. The unrated version doesn't add a whole lot, though, so yeah, that's another good one. Let's see what
I think it is. I think Ju-on itself, like the original one, is actually R-rated in its country.
Yeah, I've seen both the original Japanese and the American one, and you know what's weird?
I like Ju-on more.
I actually prefer the American remake more, which is weird. I like
because
normally
I'm guessing because usually like. Sometimes, usually when like America does a remake of a Japanese thing, it ends up poopy doo doo shit fuck.
Well, I think because this one, because Ju-on was actually the third in a franchise, and with this one they decided to make it standalone, so it makes it a lot easier to understand. And plus, it's the same director, so it's still his vision, and he's like, oh, now I can do some cool new things
with my property that already exists.
But the problem is that, like, I don't think the American remake does really anything else that really warrants it needing to exist in a way. I like both, but I just like Ju-on a bit more. I think Ju-on has like.
I think The Grudge works more just because it's a lot easier to follow if you haven't watched the like the other movies, but I get what you're saying. But anyways,
yeah.
I looked up.
Which do you like more in terms of the rings? Do you like Ring You or the Ring?
I think both are strong. I prefer the original, but I think Ring.
I also prefer Ring You.
But the thing is, the American Ring adds a lot of really cool ideas that I actually think, oh, that's actually pretty nice. Like my personal favorite being, there's a scene where the guy looks into a security camera at the video store, and because the ring curse distorts your image in photographs, he sees his reflection in the security footage, and it distorts it in motion. I think that's a really nice touch.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck, that's right.
Yeah, like I actually like. It is weird. It is interesting how like it actually adds quite. So like I do like the idea they add quite a bit, and they also know to sort of keep like the ring curse a mystery, because the worst thing that some ring movies, some of the ring movies in Japan do it is there's this one awful sequel.
They make it into a virus.
Yeah, which
they make a disease.
Yeah,
basically.
Like it's smallpox. They even explicitly say it's smallpox, and I fucking hate that.
Yeah, the Ring You sequels are awful. I'm talking like just in terms of first movie. I like Ring You's like more you know,
grounded
quiet
tone.
tone.
Yeah, like that is something
Because
nice.
that's the thing about the American Ring. Like I like it as well, but I feel like tone wise it feels a bit different than the Japanese one. Like the Japanese one feels more like slower paced and has like more of a takes more time for itself.
I'm
And
looking,
you know.
I'm looking at a IMDb list called PG-13 sequels / remakes. Everybody, and it's not because I looked up best PG-13 horror movies and. Oh wait, no, I looked up best PG-13 remakes. Of course, I'm not going to get anything good. All right, here we go.
Wow, one missed call.
Best PG-13 horror movies. Let's see here. The Last Exorcism. I haven't watched that. Is that good?
I disagree. Not very good.
Possession. Haven't heard of it. Woman in Black. I've heard good things.
Oh, okay.
Arachnophobia. Oh yeah, Arachnophobia. I love me some Joe Dante. So yeah. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I mean, for PG-13, it is pretty ballsy. Although I will say, why was it not an anthology movie? Exorcism.
I
know. Okay, no, Devil is hilarious. It's funny, but I wouldn't put it as...
It's the movie. It's the movie where you like they. What was it? They judged that the devil is in there because the toast lays jelly side down.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's ridiculous.
I love
That's
that
so
one.
fucking stupid.
Yeah, yeah. The Nostalgia Critic did like a review of that, right? And like Rita Repulsa was in the elevator for some reason.
Yeah, probably because they had the costume. Probably because they had the costume lying around.
Yeah.
Then we got The Grudge. Yep. Insidious.
Insidious is all right, but then they really started milking the fuck out of it and ruined it.
Insidious.
Mama. What's Mama?
Mama's pretty good. It's based on a Guillermo del Toro short.
Oh, 1408. That's actually a really good one.
It is. Damn, it's a Stephen King movie.
Yeah. Skeleton Key from 2005. Never heard of that one.
What'd they say?
Skeleton Key.
I've never seen that.
I like how I do like how this list is like ones you wouldn't really expect. A lot of like ones that aren't really well known. So get on them. What Lies Beneath? Which one is that? That sounds
never
familiar.
heard of that.
Cloverfield. Oh, that one.
Oh, okay,
that one's awesome.
Cloverfield's alright.
It has a big old scary monster that goes.
That would actually. This is gonna sound. Would it be wrong to classify Cloverfield as a kaiju movie?
It totally is a kaiju movie for sure.
Yeah, it counts.
I mean, you gotta.
All right, cool.
You gotta. I mean, if it's got a monster, if there's a monster that towers over buildings and that's the main focus, then it's a kaiju movie.
Because that's just my thing with Cloverfield. I don't consider it like a horror-ish movie. I consider it more of like a kaiju movie told from a found footage perspective.
I mean, kaiju in itself can be considered a type of horror. Depending
The Troll Hunter is a horror movie.
Quiet Place. Ooh, Quiet Place.
Oh, wait, that is PG-13, isn't it?
Yeah,
shit, I'm wrong then.
I think like the best kind of PG-13 horror are the ones that know like suspense can work in PG that suspense and ends can work in PG-13's favor. Tremors. Yeah.
Oh, that one's epic.
Speaking of Quiet Place, go watch the sequel. Actually, it's pretty good.
And then Sixth Sense. Oh yeah, that is PG-13, isn't it?
Sixth Sense is good only if you don't know what the twist is.
Yeah. Then we got Under the Shadow. Never heard of that one.
That one's gay. You're
TMNT?
gay. If you like it, you're gay. I'm just kidding. I don't know that movie.
Let's see. Then we got Drag Me to Hell is PG-13?
Drag Me to Hell.
There is no fucking way.
I remember seeing the trailers. They're like, with the edgy man, he's like, Drag Me to Hell.
Wow. I mean, Drag Me to Hell is great, but I did not know it was PG-13.
Remember the scene where the guy gets possessed and he pukes up a dead kitten?
Yep.
You black-hearted whore! You bitch!
Split? Oh wow, Split. Yeah, that's another good one.
What?
Split with M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh, Split. Oh, okay. Oh, it was really good until Glass came in.
Glass.
The because of the twist at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Glass.
So Split is genuinely intimidating. Let's see. Then we got The
Poses
Others.
menacingly.
I have a bootleg of The Others.
Is it like VCR quality?
It's awful quality, and the sound is completely fucked too.
What does it sound like? Do an impression of what it sounds like. No, I was expecting more along the lines of.
At least you'd be able to understand it there.
No, wait. So they said The Others, like Nicole Kidman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good one.
And finally, number 1 is The Ring from 2002, which, yeah. PG-13 horror movies that prove you don't need an R rating. Lights Out, Happy Death Day.
Happy Death, that is a fucking lie. Happy Death Day is R-rated. I have a poster that says it's R-rated right here.
Let's find out. PG-13.
Who the fuck is this say?
Probably something to do with probably test screening. They didn't like the R, so they made it a 13.
Shit, this is rare then.
Yeah,
maybe
maybe you have like an early version.
An early version XXX R rated.
Here's the thing. Autumn gave this to me. My friend Autumn, she gave this to me because she used to work at a movie theater, and she brought home like a bunch of posters. And she gave me that like for my birthday, and I have it on my wall.
Maybe it's a director's cut edition.
Could be. I like, although.
Do they play director's cuts of movies in movie theaters?
Sometimes, yeah.
Mostly for Fathom events.
Okay.
I also like. Probably the most notable is sometimes they'll play the Blade Runner director's cut.
Speaking of which, I think okay, go ahead.
There's also the infamous. Battle of Brazil.
Battle of Brazil.
Oh, which is probably one of the most infamous directors. Where it's I think the only case of 2 versions of the same movie coming out at around the exact same time and battling each other.
Crap! I did it again.
So, what happens? So the thing is, Brazil. If you've ever seen Brazil, it's a very dark, satirical movie with all sorts of quirky imagery, cynicism, all that good stuff. But the thing is the producers of the movie Universal felt like the ending was too grim and too dark, and they insisted on a happy ending. And Terry Gilliam wasn't allowed in the editing room, the movie also got delayed because of this, and Terry Gilliam even took out a full-page ad urging the head of Universal at the time to release it as it should be, and there was this big debate. So, as a result, in the United States, there were 2 different versions of Brazil released. The original version and another ending called Love Conquers All. The original version's 2 hours and 22 minutes. The Universal cut is an hour and 34 minutes. And you sometimes see that version air on TV.
What are the differences between the 2?
Like the original version ends on a very depressing note where everyone's miserable, whereas the Love Conquers All ending, well, with that kind of title, I think you can guess what happens.
Everyone's happy, everyone's good, everyone feels nice.
What movie is this again?
Brazil.
Oh, Brazil.
Nobody's I would argue that the original version would be definitive, because how could anyone be happy when everyone remembers that Brazilian pizza exists?
The movie doesn't have anything to do with Brazil, but nice one.
No, but actually, I don't know if we're talking about endings that like were changed to better fit like the tones and stuff or whatever. How do you think? Do you remember how Clerks was originally supposed to end?
With Dante getting shot.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how Kevin Smith originally wanted it to end, but people were like, "It's like, damn, man, give him a break."
Well, the funny thing is with Kevin Smith is he kind of wanted it just an ending, and the thing is he didn't know what to do, so he just had that ending. And of course, if you watch the movie, it's such a pointless fucking ending. It really is terrible. But
it doesn't deserve being in there at all.
Yeah,
but it's an interesting little tidbit or so. Like, there's plenty of other like weird alternate endings.
Yeah, because plenty of movies go through like crazy alternate endings.
There's an alternate ending of Terminator 2 that I actually wish we got because it would have stopped all the other shitty movies from being made.
Yeah,
it's the end. It's an ending where basically it ends the exact same way as it would normally, but what ends. There's like a post-credit scene where John Connor is an adult with like his own kids, and it turns out that the whole thing is being narrated by Sarah Connor as an old woman, like on a fucking like recorder, like she's telling it to herself while watching the kids play. A very definitive note saying, "Yeah, they won."
Yeah,
I wanted that because it would have stopped Genesis from happening or Dark Fate, because Dark Fate sucks.
The only Terminator is one of those franchises where like almost none of the sequels got it right. There are bits and pieces in some of the sequels of cool ideas, but for the most part,
I'd rather it just be a two. And do you remember how Rambo was supposed to end? It was supposed to end with him getting shot, because that's how the book ended.
Which I am actually glad that's not the ending we got. Like, I am really.
Yeah. Did you actually watch Rambo: Last Blood?
Yeah. Rambo: Last Blood's good fun. Although I will.
It's the same. It's the same thing as the fourth one.
Yeah. But hey, I like Rambo meets Home Alone in that one.
Yeah, Rambo meets Home Alone. That is a good way to describe what that movie is.
Yeah. He meets he breaks into the wall, and then the Home Alone kid, he's like,
he pulls out his M16, goes behind the door, and goes, "This is it. Don't get scared, though."
Then.
Do you remember the ending where Scott Pilgrim goes with knives instead of a Ramona flowers?
That ending. That ending's hilarious, because I'll tell you for why. Apparently, Edgar Wright did look into a good chunk of Scott Pilgrim before making it. He thought originally the movie was actually building up to Scott and Knives getting together, and because Knives in the comic, like, her and Scott's relationship was played more for a jokey nature, whereas in the movie, Knives is a little more into it. Like, Knives gets a lot more screen time. So, and you watch the movie, it feels like it is building up to Scott, like, realizing, oh, I'm a dick, I should, and cheating on my girlfriend was a terrible, terrible idea. It's building up to that.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Scott Pilgrim adaptation is not as great as people expected.
The Scott.
It's okay. Just
it's poopy diarrhea shit farts falling out of my butt.
No, it's serviceable if you want, if it's if you like it, but it feels like it could have been better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you know what I liked more? I liked that little animation that Adult Swim aired to promote it.
I
wish that was made entirely into a series. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You there, man?
You said
yeah, I'm there.
He's there.
Yeah, I do
There's
think
some other movie things.
He's not all dirt, but he's dirt.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 was going to have an ending where Peter's dad turned out to be alive all along, which...
Oh,
yeah, he's like...
God.
He'd be like, Peter, what the fuck are you doing?
And considering
Why are
that
you
movie
a
already...
man who is also a spider? I don't get it.
Considering that movie already has way too many subplots, that would have been just...
A nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
The original ending to 28 Days Later was going to be the main character just died, and the two other people were going to sadly walk away, and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
then they changed it to have a hopeful ending because nobody wants that shit.
Yeah. Let's see.
Rightfully so. That's stupid.
Other endings. Other weird alternate endings.
What about the one that should have been canon, like the Audrey one?
Oh yeah, that one is
Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah.
The original ending for Little Shop of Horrors that everyone unanimously agrees is the better ending.
The one where everyone gets fucking killed by plants.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't like that ending, honestly. I like the one where he actually has a family with the woman.
Wow. Interesting.
I mean, it can work. It can work either way, honestly, in my opinion.
I generally prefer a happier ending. So, yeah. I'm sorry.
It could vary. It could vary for me because the thing is with that ending, like, considering like how happy-go-lucky, albeit dark, a lot of the rest of the movie was, as it is. Both endings fit, just in different kind of ways, you know.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
It's an alternate Last of Us. I mean, not Last of Us. I'm fucking stupid. It's an alternate like a take ending.
Yeah. Then what are some other like ones?
Lots of the people who are against the other ending are like, their excuse is, oh, Seymour killed a lot of people. He doesn't deserve a lot of happy ending. Dude, he was being manipulated by an evil plant. He didn't want to do it.
Do you know an alternate ending that I really wish they just kept as the canon ending? Have you ever seen the first Paranormal Activity?
Mm-hmm.
What about it?
Is it the one where it ends with her jump scaring the camera after killing a cop?
No, it's after killing her husband or something.
Oh yeah, she crawls up to the camera and she does an evil face.
Yeah, no, there was a different ending to that movie where it was the exact same thing happens. Or instead of like him flying back and hitting the camera, it was you hear like the sound of a loud you hear the sound of him screaming, and then she walks into the room covered in blood and slits her throat, and that's the end of the movie.
Oh God.
I thought that was I actually like that ending a lot more because it feels like it actually would make you like. It would be like the new Shock ending thing. Like it would have been like the new Blair Witch type thing. But they had the jump scare. Also, it's stupid. I don't like the jump scare.
Jump scare endings are I generally hate jump scare endings.
Yeah, because that was my big problem with it. It had a dumbass all this build up for a stupid jump scare. Like at least if that happened, it would have just filled you with dread and made you sick.
Actually, one movie that has like a million alternate endings is the Blair Witch Project. The ending we got is, in my opinion, the best one. Of like the guy staring at the wall, and then like something off screen gets the girl. You don't see what it is. It's very mysterious and creepy.
Do you want to know? She gets killed by an unseen creature.
Do you want to know what one of the alternate endings was?
You see the creature?
No.
Aw.
It's so dumb. You see the guy being tied up like one of the dolls, making this really goofy face, and it looks hilarious.
Could you help me out? I'm kind of stuck. Is he alive?
And yeah, it's hard to tell. Or one ending that they did that was shot and was like even worse. They had a really terrible looking effect where he was floating in the middle of the room, and they again scrapped it just because it was so stupid looking. I am glad that they kept the ending they had, just because the one of him staring at the wall is genuinely be creepy.
Yeah, and plus
You want to know if you want to go ahead.
And plus the fact you don't see the critter killing people, you just see the effects of the critter attacking.
Yeah, you never see. Yeah, because the Blair Witch, you don't know if it's like a genuine, if it's a creature or
some
a guy in
crazy
the middle of the woods, or one of the other people. So that's what's. Oh, here's another alternate ending that I am glad they went with what they had. Rocky Balboa, because in the original ending is Rocky beat the champion of that movie and becomes world champ again, which does not fit with the rest of the movie at all. Because it's talking about.
It does not. The whole point of that movie is just, hey, I'm Rocky, I'm old as fuck.
Yeah, like, and yeah, he just wants to prove he can still go despite his age.
And then, honestly, like, I still recommend watching it before anyone watches Creed, because I feel like it's a good prequel to what Creed would be.
Yep. Army of Darkness.
Oh, that's the one with like, I got a bone to pick with you.
Because the thing is with Army of Darkness, both endings are great.
I like
choose your own adventure ending.
I like the part where like evil Ash realizes he's on a catapult and he's like his head pops open and it's like a train whistle.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to know another like case of a really good like series of alternate ending things? Even though the movie wasn't very good itself, Unfriended's sequel had this really interesting gimmick where, depending on what theater the movie would be shown at, you'd get like a bunch of different endings depending on the theater you would go see the movie in. So not everyone's ending experience would be the same thing.
That's
and then in the end, they would include all of it on the Blu-ray.
I do love gimmicks. I do love stuff like that.
And that's what they did with it's Unfriended Dark Web, which I will say is a much better movie than the first one because it's grounded in reality.
Here's a Seven is apparently had another ending, which I'm reading it and it's so dumb. I'm glad they changed it because you know how Seven ends. You know, Brad Pitt.
Yeah, just he won. The guy basically won.
Yeah, villain wins, Brad Pitt, and Brad Pitt becomes Wrath. The ending to Seven was, and in comparison, Morgan Freeman shoots the killer, saving Brad Pitt from committing murder. And when he asks why he shot the killer, Morgan Freeman's character responds with, "I'm retiring." You end up brilliantly set up.
Reminds me of Little Shop of Horror alternate ending.
We just talked about that. You end like a really well constructed psychological thriller with a line out of a Schwarzenegger movie.
You ended a very well. Yeah, that's a Lethal Weapon line.
Yeah.
Briggs and Murtaugh say that.
Yeah, I am so glad they changed. They went with like the.
The depressing ending is the better way to fade.
Yeah. Let's see. What are some?
But like that Rambo ending is really like fucking. I'm glad they didn't choose that. I would have been really upset. Do you remember how the butterfly effects all ended?
Yeah, actually, it's funny because I'm looking at a list and the butterfly effect is brought in.
The butterfly effects has a bunch of like. The movie's already a big mindfuck, so like. So basically, what happens is the guy to stop like a butterfly effect from happening, he goes back to when he was like born and strangles himself to death in like his mom's womb, and so he's stillborn. Damn. And that's how the movie ends.
Damn.
That's metal.
That's kinda funny.
Butterfly Effect is a weird fucking movie.
Is it good?
I don't know. It's weird.
That's generally not a good sign.
1408, that has an alternate ending, doesn't it?
Yeah. Man of Steel, apparently they debated about the ending to that movie, whether or not Superman should kill Zod. Which I can definitely see see them debating on that. And I do think in the context of the movie it worked just because that was like the last resort. Or
cut my life into pieces.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was an alternate ending to Pineapple Express where Seth Rogen and James Franco got shot to death.
Are we looking at the same list? Are we looking at Collider?
No.
What if? What?
I'm looking at something infinitely worse. I'm looking at Watch Mojo.
But anyways, let's see
number
here.
one, of course, is I Am Legend, which honestly, yeah, that really should have been the canon ending.
The original ending for
what's the canon
The
ending?
original ending for I Am Legend would have made a much better pick.
What was it?
It was essentially Will Smith finds out that the creature. It's more in tone with the actual book that it's based on by making the creatures like
They're
more
still
sympathetic.
They're still sentient,
and they like understand things. And Will Smith like realizes it, and he like. And
oh yeah, he returns.
He
returns the wife of one of the vampires.
Yeah.
He basically just comes, and it's good. Like, it ends on a somewhat hopeful note and everything, and
he goes to the village.
It was based on, like, that's how the original book ended, too. Like, that's how it was more close with.
I thought the original book ended with, like, the vampires putting him on trial, and he was sentenced to death.
Well, no, I mean, it was more in tone with the original book. I'm fucking stupid. It didn't end with, the dumb explosion thing was stupid.
Yeah, like, then
They
we also
wanted
got
to Michael Gay it.
Otherwise, really good movie. I love I Am Legend.
We got Star Trek Generations, where Kirk gets shot in the back by Soren, and out of nowhere, which, yeah, that's the lame thing. Oh, this one.
I don't know which is worse, having him die by the big stupid bridge or that.
Oh, apparently that mediocre Predator reboot from 2018 had a bunch of different ideas.
Which one?
Okay.
Let me guess. One of them ends with the Super Predator masturbating.
Well, here they are. The first ending pitch saw the surviving soldiers get recruited by Arnold Schwarzenegger, but that was abandoned when Schwarzenegger declined to do a cameo. Another idea.
I don't want to do it. This movie's too shit.
Another idea would have had Sigourney Weaver appear as her character Ripley from the Alien franchise.
Oh,
okay,
that would be cool.
So both ideas were Sigourney and Schwarzenegger both just too busy, and you went with the stupid
Sigourney, what the fuck were you doing with your life?
Yeah, Sigourney.
Wow, that's really mean. That's
more
really
like Sigourney.
No, Sigourney, you're the Lion King.
She's
the Lion King. The Lion King has an alternate ending. Let me see here.
Oh
which one? 2019 or classic?
The classic.
Scar was going to fall into the fire and die.
Yeah, Scar tricks Simba and tosses him into a pit of fire. Simba lands in a tree, but Scar believes he's finally killed his nephew, and laughs maniacally as he's rapidly consumed by flames. They changed the ending to the hyena eating ending, which is disturbing in a way, but not as like
if
visually.
I saw that as a kid, I would have been fucking terrified.
Yeah. Here's another one for the Jungle Book.
When the hyenas ripped his ass a new asshole.
That would have been so metal.
Wow, apparently the Jungle Book wasn't just supposed to have a different ending. It was an entire new act. Listen to this. Mowgli was supposed to reunite with his lost mother at the Man Village. Then it would jump ahead in time to Mowgli, now at odds with his family, with his animal friends. A local treasure hunter tries to plunder King Louie's monkey city, and Mowgli ends up killing Shere Khan with a rifle.
God damn.
Which, that's a cool ending, but considering
blast his brain out of his head.
But considering the tone of the Jungle Book, it would not have fit whatsoever. That's
way too dark of a fucking thing to put into a movie that. Baby, do I want to be like you?
Because the thing is with the Jungle Book movie, famously Walt Disney gave like the director of the movie a copy of the original book and said, "All right, the first thing I want you to do is not to read it." Because the Jungle Book was what? Because the thing is with the Jungle Book, while Disney loves classic literature and all that, kind of realized that the Jungle Book would not work as like his usual formula, so they just decided to do like a fun Broadway style musical just with this setting and characters. So they knew to have it a different tone.
Wasn't there Jungle Book 2?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, with John Goodman as the bear.
Yeah.
Pretend that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, because the original
But, like,
Jungle Book, like the actual book itself, could get pretty dark and pretty grisly.
I know, that's what I want to see. I'm with Doug Walker on that. I want to see an actual really dark version of that.
Yeah, the closest we have to
the Universal Pictures one?
The closest two we have are two adaptations. One is an animated adaptation by Chuck Jones for TV in the 70s, which, check that, called Mowgli's Brothers. Check that out sometime. It's pretty damn good.
Could you get a link?
As in, like, a link to a clip or the like?
Of like the whole thing, I mean.
Sure. The other one is, there was a adaptation by Andy Serkis a little while ago. I've heard mixed things about it. Apparently, but so maybe it's good, maybe it's crap. I don't know.
Maybe it's poop, shit, diarrhea, turds.
I don't want it to be.
Oh, that's weird. I can't find it. I can't find a copy of it.
King Louis.
It better not be lost media.
It's definitely not.
Okay, good. Because if it is lost media, I will kill your dog.
Do you think the guy who made the original Jungle Book would be upset at the fact that Tailspin exists?
Well, I don't know, because the thing is with Rudyard Kipling, he apparently did have a sense of humor, but
that's good.
But it is hard to tell, like, how he'd feel about. It is hard to tell how he would feel about like Disney's
it's his
adaptation.
own work.
Yeah, because a lot of writers sometimes are
bitchy,
picky about like adaptations on their work. Sometimes they love what's the result of it. Sometimes they despise it.
Sometimes they hold the creators at gunpoint.
Famously, the guy who wrote The Catcher in the Rye refused to allow a film adaptation for years because a previous film adaptation of one of his works went really south.
And it made him real sour.
And so you got for years there were various film producers who proposed their own film adaptation of it. Well, and they all said no. Both the estate of J.D. Salinger and J.D. Salinger himself were ignored or flat out denied.
Damn.
Some notable names include Marlon Brando, Jack Nicholson, Tobey Maguire, and Leonardo DiCaprio, John Cusack. One scriptwriter, famous theater screenwriter Elia Kazan, tried to get one made and again was rejected. And probably the one that came the closest actually was an unusual name. Get this. Ralph Bakshi.
Oh.
Ralph Bakshi offered a pretty interesting hybrid of animated and live action, with keeping the mental hospital scenes in live action and the flashbacks animated, and writing a letter to J.D. Salinger, pouring his heart into it about it, even sharing concept art, and he actually got a response where Salinger actually was really receptive and actually admired him, but still said no because he couldn't see it getting becoming a film, and apparently this actually motivated Bakshi to sort of up his film game in the 80s.
Oh. What were some of his...
and constantly gets shut down by executives for years and years to come because they're fucking cowards.
Maybe
I'll be back.
Maybe Salinger saw that and was like, "Yeah, I relate to this guy." I do wonder if there's any of his concept art for that. If he has any concept art for that out there, because that'd be cool.
Yeah, somebody should look into that, see if it exists.
I'm still interested in his original concept that he had for Cool World, where it was a guy, IRL man fucks a cartoon character. She has a hybrid son that's live action and cartoon.
You know what? You know what they could do? You know what they could do if they were to tackle that concept today? What they could do is they have the people be live action, have the cartoons be hand drawn, but of course have the hybrid son be CGI. That'd be really cool.
No, but it's like that was the original pitch for a Cool World. That it was going to be the son trying to kill the dad because he blames him for making him a monster that can't exist, and an outcast. And it sounds a lot more interesting, but he notoriously got so pissed off that one of the guys that he got into a screaming match and punched one of the executives in the face.
As he should, because they're dumbasses.
Like, literally, he socked that man right in the eye. Probably left a big old black spot there for a while.
I think out of all
the world, that sucks.
I think out of all the planned attempts for a Catcher in the Rye adaptation, I do think that Ralph Bakshi would be the only person to do a decent adaptation of it.
Yeah.
Because Catcher in the Rye, has a very loose narrative. It has a lot of unlikable characters, purposely, I mean, and it deals with, and it also has that kind of period piece that Bakshi's a big fan of. So it's yeah. I'm actually kind of sad that he was the one. He was the one who came the closest, and still no.
It's a shame.
Yeah. But well.
But hey, since we're talking about the whole thing with all people who notoriously are picky about their adaptations of work, we forgot to mention the most obvious choice, and that is Stephen King.
Oh yeah, Stephen King. Oh yeah,
he hated the most famous depiction. The most famous movie adaptation of The Shining, he absolutely hated it, so he made his own.
Yeah,
and guess what it has? It has crappy CGI lion bushes.
Yeah,
and it's really funny.
Yeah.
Actually, because instead of Jack Torrance chasing Danny around with a fucking axe, he's chasing him with a pool cue.
But then he absolutely loves the Bill Skarsgård It.
Which,
and to be honest, what?
That is a good adaptation.
It really is. It doesn't try to be exactly like the source material 1-to-1, but that's probably a good thing because it actually works in its favor because lots of contentious and ridiculous stuff happens in the book.
By the way, since we're talking about
real quick, I want to point something out. Do you know what's the film adaptation of his work that he likes the most?
What?
Stand By Me?
Nope. Carrie. Because the thing
That's a good one. That's a good pick, though.
Yeah, because the thing is with Carrie, Stephen King notoriously hated the original Carrie that he did just because of the half-assed ending. In fact, he famously, I think he threw the script away, but his wife found it in the trash and said, "No, you should keep going. I'm kind of enjoying it." Which, thank you, wife. And Brian De Palma's film adaptation is much improved, I gotta say.
Yeah. But honestly, in terms of The Shining, I just want to say, by the way, go watch Dr. Sleep.
Oh yeah, I've heard surprisingly good things about it.
Yeah, Dr. Sleep is a genuinely good movie. just because it's also got Ewan McGregor playing Danny Torrance as an adult.
It's got
I like
Eager
the-
Beaver playing himself.
And I think they go back to the actual Overlook Hotel and like make callbacks to both the original book and like the movie. It's weird. It like connects in some weird way.
Time paradox.
I might check that out.
And apparently Stephen King actually approves of that as well. Like he approved of it. He approved of that movie.
Which is funny because like a film sequel like a sequel like that could have easily been a disaster. So if it is genuinely good, sweet.
Sweet.
It's like Psycho 2, where like it's surprisingly a lot better than you'd imagine it would be.
Oh yeah, Psycho 2 is like a weirdly good sequel because it's just it's Norman Bates getting out of the hospital, like a mental hospital, and trying to like adjust again, but he just falls back down the rabbit hole.
Both because he still has a lot of mental issues, and because there are like people who are like trying to sort of get him thrown back into Slammer.
They're trying to make him cuckoo crazy.
It's a really sad horror movie in a way.
It does seem like that.
Like, but it's like, and then there's like Psychos 3 and 4. Don't ever watch them. The shit.
Yeah.
And then they did a Psycho remake that was so bad that it literally just copied everything from the original, but added Vince Vaughn.
And then there was
isn't that the one that's like a screen shot by shot imitation?
Yeah,
pretty much.
Gus Van Sant is a very oddball director. Sometimes he's like, this guy's brilliant.
This
like,
guy's
he's
the best
amazing.
thing ever. He's the best thing since chocolate milk.
Gus Van Sant. Go ahead.
And then sometimes he's awful. Like that's what's weird about him. He's like but I think that's why he's kind of fascinating to watch because he can direct a Good Will Hunting, a Finding Forrester, and a Milk and all that, and then also direct a Sea of Trees or even Cowgirls Get the Blues, that kind of thing.
He directed a movie that I actually remember watching a long time ago, like in history class, just because of like its parallels. It was Elephant.
Yeah, Elephant is
which is essentially just a movie that's very, very loosely based on Columbine.
Yeah.
Very.
There's a school shooting at the end of the movie, and it's genuinely a very uncomfortable scene.
Speaking of school shootings and uncomfortable, you know what's one of the scary? You know what? No, but you know what's one of like the most like genuinely like surprisingly like intimidating movie shots ever.
Which
so Pure Flix are the film company that makes a lot of like kind of so bad they're good Christian movies.
God's Not Dead and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to indoctrinate you all over again.
But here's the thing.
They try to paint
bizarrely,
atheists as these evil monsters.
They made a Columbine movie, which, like, if you hear that, it immediately sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Well, it's based on that one girl who it's a film adaptation of like the life of that one girl who was.
It's the girl where they ask her, "Do you believe in God?" and then they shoot her.
Yeah, that girl. It's based on her life leading up to it, and like all like her happy times,
her sad
and
times.
And building up to the events that happened. And the thing is, there's a really fucking terrifying shot that I genuinely love. It's the scene where the girl's on like she's sitting on like the front lawn of the school, just like studying with her friend. And then in the background you see Dylan and Eric getting their stuff ready in the background with their car, and it's out of focus. You can barely make it out, but you see it, and then they're slowly coming into focus as they walk towards it. It's fucking creepy.
That is so clever.
Like
it's because it's like you know it's happening and just
yeah. I actually gotta give credit because it's one of those movies where it's like it does actually feel like they're trying to sort of give the story justice as and I also like the fact that they approach it from like more so from more so from like
victim.
about a victim and not just about like the shooters, because that could have gone so wrong. So
yeah, you'll have like the true crime community like ejaculating to them.
But yeah, watch this. Okay, so you see it?
Oh wait,
Yeah.
wait. Let me see. Okay, let me pop this out for the viewers at home.
Yeah.
See school shooting happen.
Okay, something tells me I'm gonna have to cut this out in the YouTube version. It's gonna tell me about a copyright claim, but
Well,
whatever.
considering this clip's on YouTube, I think you're fine.
Okay.
All right, watch this.
Should get through it.
No,
I don't know. There's no easy answer.
Look!
Oh God.
Oh no! Oh good lord! Oh, that's so fucking scary. Oh no!
I like how they cut back and forth too.
Is this some kind of prank?
Oh, the worst part is I know who both. Oh fuck.
Oh Jesus.
The worst part is I know who those are supposed to be. Oh.
Yeah.
The guy.
Yeah.
The guy that's with them. The guy that's supposed to be ended up living, and he is a paraplegic now, like in a chair.
How do you think he feels about his depiction in the movie?
I don't know. I bet he probably feels like it's being like exploitive or something. But then again, it's not about him mostly. It's about a different person.
Yeah.
I actually read this really disturbing thing. Not even really disturbing, just I'd say sad. It's the mom of Dylan wrote a 2016 book basically talking about how she raised her and how she missed. She says that she's upset that she missed the signs of him because he was suffering from clinical depression, and she's like dealing with her whole grieving process after Columbine happened, and then she just ended up. Any of the proceeds that she got from the book was donated to mental health charities.
That's good.
She seems like a nice woman. Like
it's
doing
just
that.
her son did awful thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but like.
And he gave the Tech 9 a even worse name than it has. That little fuck.
Well, actually, whenever I think of Tech 9, I just think of the rapper.
No, I think of two things when I think of Tech 9. I think of Columbine, and I think of fucking Big Trouble in Little China.
I think of the rapper. Go listen to Tech 9. He's a very talented guy.
It's just, man, like that is a weird like thing to make a movie out of. Like, but I guess the family like just was fine with it anyway.
Yeah, like it's that movie.
It's fine. Our evil son is dead anyway.
As mentioned before, Pureflix, it's like they actually put some effort into it, and they did. And it actually did kind of pay off because it is one of their better reviewed movies. So
did they try to did they try to involve God in it?
Well, here's the thing: the girl that the movie's about was a Christian, and she was famously asked, "Do you believe in God?" Although I do also like the fact that Pureflix sort of let her engage in teen antics, including smoking, which is like good. Because they were like, no, we should.
They're not being the prude nanny states that you think they would be.
No, because the funny thing is, the founder of Pureflix actually seems like an alright guy. David Ayer White. He's like and I do like he's able to have a sense of humor about his upbringing.
Yeah. Wait, I have a So wait, what about I have a question about this movie, God is Not Dead. Did they ever try to address evolution? And if they did, how did they try to refute it?
It's God's Not Dead one. They tried to sort of it's like it does the thing where the atheist teacher's wife died in a car accident, and that's why he's like a cynical atheist. That's really
a stupid. No, but like that was not what I was asking.
I forget, but like it's
there's a scene. Let's put it to you this way: that they don't depict atheists in that movie in a very, very good way.
Like
I was talking about if the theory of evolution was mentioned in that movie, how did they try to refute it?
I I forget. I don't think. I guess
It's a
if
really
it's,
stupid movie, Battery.
But here's the thing.
I know it's a
here's-
stupid movie. Never mind. You don't. You just seem
Sorry.
to be mentally, neurologically incapable of comprehending my question, and you try to.
No,
hop
I
off
get what you're
topic
trying
like
to
a bunch
say.
of goo-goo
I get what
retards.
I get what you're trying to say. It's just I just can't remember genuinely. But I do remember a line. I do remember God's Not Dead 3 for some because that's like the one where they actually tried. Where in this one, there's a church that's on a college campus grounds, and it gets burned down by accident, and they're trying to rebuild it, but they're wondering whether or not because that church was old and made before like a law about like churches on college campgrounds, whether or not that's like allowed. So
Yeah, don't they like actually? Isn't there like a scene where they throw a Molotov cocktail in there?
it's either I think it was like caused by yeah. So a college student who's upset about like stuff going on in his life tossed a brick, but that accidentally ignited the fire, and he's like, oh shit, should I tell people I accidentally did this? And there's also a line I love where like this one guy is talking about like the pastor is talking to a black pastor about like what's going on. He's like, I feel so, and the struggles with trying to get it rebuilt. It's like, I feel so persecuted right now. And the black pastor's like, I could build a house with all the bricks that were thrown in my window. Oh, and it's like, I love that line. That's a great one. And it's like the one that tries to be
Battery,
like,
do you think you could do that?
what? Battery? Hello?
Battery?
Where'd he go?
I cannot
I think-
hear you.
I think he left.
No, I'm back. I'm
yeah.
back.
So
Okay.
what did you ask?
I don't think Battery heard any of what we said.
No, I did not.
What did you ask, Steven?
Steven?
I don't remember. What were you talking about, you?
Nothing much. I guess we should.
This is extraordinarily awkward. I'm gonna go and kill myself.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I like how.
Oh yeah, it was Pureflix. It was a. I think I know the answer to the God's Not Dead thing, Battery. I think what they did was they tried doing that thing where it was a, like, just because you can't see it doesn't mean you can. Something like that. I think.
Probably.
The same thing goes with evolution.
Here's the thing with the God's Not Dead. Kevin Sorbo was in it. Do you remember who that is?
No.
Disappointed.
Yeah, it's the Hercules guy that goes disappointed.
Yeah.
He was also in Andromeda, which is a good show. Anyway, he's depicted as an atheist in the movie, and it literally ends with him getting hit by a car, saying and dying. But he's like saying, "Yeah, God's here."
I like my favorite.
That's the worst fucking thing.
Here's something hilarious though. Oh, with Kevin Sorbo, he started in one Christian movie called Let There Be Light, and the thing is with Let There Be Light, as pointed out by Brad Jones, it's basically his like Christian parody movie, Jesus Bro, if played entirely straight, like note for note, which really goes to show you that Brad knew.
Also,
continue.
Go ahead.
I'm done, so you continue.
So another interesting thing is Kevin Sorbo is a fucking psychopath because he back when those fucking Capitol riots were happening, he had a theory that it was perpetrated by the liberals.
The fucking liberal media.
He thought that the people never who stormed the Capitol, that one woman that got shot in the neck and died, didn't. They were all liberals. It was a conspiracy.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
That makes me disappointed.
That is
The
incredibly
fucking
stupid.
window. Yeah, he is. He's a dumb man. And he's like, and at the end of God's Not Dead, he goes, "Help me," and goes up.
I do. I will say, I do like what David A.R. White said about his upbringings, where he's like, because he was raised as a Mennonite, and
A Mennonite?
yeah,
Yeah, like from Kirby.
No, Mennonites are like this very like ultra like very conservative, very sort of how do I put it? They're very according to him they make the Mormons look lax, according to him.
Oh,
so
that
like,
sounds pretty bad.
I don't know if they're bad people or if they're like that. They're just very like they're just very hardcore.
Do they?
Battery, do you know what
devout? I guess devout is the word.
Battery, do you know what the worst part is?
What?
Do you know what the complete gross, the amount of box office gross for God's Not Dead was at the end?
How much?
At the box office? $64 million.
On a $2 million budget.
That's stupid. That's not deserved.
It is not.
And
Literally, all the movie is using straw man's and just it's a straw man movie. That's what it is. There's no debating.
It's just a bunch of Christian retards standing on top of the soapbox.
Disappointed.
Yeah.
But the movies are starting to fall into popularity now. Like they're
Good.
not doing well. It's like, isn't there like an irony that the better they got, the less money they made?
Yeah, probably because people became aware of the problems. Like that is always that is somewhat of a bummer with some sequels. Do you know what I mean? Where like the first movie got off on a rough start, and then like the sequel comes out that genuinely tries to fix things, but people don't trust it. Like that's what always bummed me out about Titanfall. Like not enough people gave Titanfall 2 a chance just because the first one was kind of okay. And
I mean, to be fair, I feel.
What? What? Steven, you're dying.
Your mic quality turned poo-poo shit, dude. Shit pile.
Am I good?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
Better.
What I was saying was, God's Not Dead is like the, I already found out. God's Not Dead 4. God's Not Dead 4, We the People, scheduled to be released in fall of 2021. God damn it.
They're still. I mean, they're cheap as hell, so they're gonna. I still love that one. The one fake title Brad Jones came up with God's Not Dead 5 in space.
God's Not Dead 5. Maybe he is dead after all.
No, I like the subtitle he came up with, In Space, Nobody Can Hear You Prayer. Oh man. And actually, you know what's funny?
The God's Not Dead goes to Mars.
You know what's funny? I even I wanted to, when I was like early job hunting, like I did like think about like, oh, what if I wrote for them, and I thought it'd be funny if I could. I thought it'd be funny to try to apply to them, and I guess they're like a popular like company to go to if you're starting out, because they had because when you went to like job applications, they had a thing saying, "Hey, thank you everybody for applying, but we're full on talent right now."
What company?
Pureflix. Or well, actually, they're no longer Pureflix anymore. They got rid of the title, their name.
Oh, what are they called now?
They're called
Pinnacle Peak Pictures.
That's a gay title. You're gay.
Which, come on, what? Come on. Give me,
shit.
give me
Oh,
Pure
hey,
Flakes. Yeah.
Do you want to know what the best of these funny little movies is that everyone should watch?
What?
The Buttercream Gang.
Oh, the Buttercream Gang. Okay, so
Describe the Buttercream Gang.
imagine imagine like imagine
The Goonies, but they say fuck.
No, okay. Oh, no. So the Buttercream Gang is a TV movie. It is like a direct-to-video movie in like the most like that makes Pleasantville look like Compton, where everyone. It's about these boys who go around helping out little old ladies and the like. And one of the
Dudley Do Rights.
Yeah, one of the members goes off to moves to Chicago.
And comes back a fucking criminal.
Yeah, he comes back like because he joined a gang while he was in Chicago, and 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 starts to be like the town asshole, and it's all about his ultra mega wholesome friends trying to sort of save him from
being an asshole.
Yeah, it's so goofy.
It's a mixture of goofy and cringe at the same time.
Just because it's so like, it's so it's so like overly wholesome. Like it feels like everybody is like
Keanu Chungus.
Everyone is Ned. It feels like everyone is Ned Flanders' kids.
Heidi dilly dally do.
Like to put things in perspective, there's a scene where asshole kid tries to rob from a convenience store, and the clerk is like, "I understand we're going through son. You can take what you need." And he's like, "I'm robbing you. Why aren't you upset?"
This is a communist state.
But
it will make you up. We just take it.
It's not. It's even better just because it's called the Buttercream Gang, which is.
It sounds like a porn name.
Yeah, it's such a. It's such a like, that name. Yep. Oh, that name.
That name is magical.
Yeah, and also it even got like a sequel, which was a totally different tone thing.
Yeah, this time it's like the Goonies. It's like the Goonies minus like everything cool about the Goonies.
Doesn't stack up. I think this comment here says it best. Doesn't stack up nearly as high as City Slickers 2: The Legend of Curly's Gold.
I love that. I love that. That's the movie they went with.
Curly's Gold.
Yeah,
it's that movie that always airs on Cartoon Network all fucking time, like HBO Family.
HBO Family.
But I will say this: Buttercream Gang 2 is better just because it has an actual plot and it also has like a pretty entertaining villain who's not above killing kids.
I'm gonna fucking kill you people.
Like there's a line I love where after the kid saves him from dying in a cave-in, and the villain talks to him later on, and it's like, and he's like, "Why did you save me?" And he said, "Oh, you would have done the same for me." And he said, "I would have let you fall and died."
And then he's like, "Well, my point still stands."
I think that's basically what he says.
That's a funny line, actually. I would have laughed if I saw that.
Yeah.
No, it's like, why are Christian shows always like the weirdest fucking thing ever? Like, or just things that you can't really like.
It's because like.
Wait, is Buttercream Gang Christian?
No. Well, here's the thing with the Buttercream Gang, and God, saying that name. The thing is with the Buttercream Gang, it was produced by a company called Focus Films for Feature Films for Family, who are technically, I guess, a Christian company, but only in the sense that
they have like roughly Christian values.
Yeah, they don't release anything like. They never release anything like.
So like KFC, they aren't explicitly Christian, but they have Christian values, and they don't They're homophobic. No, I'm just kidding. That's the but yeah.
That's Chick-fil-A. But no,
Chick-fil-A. I meant to say Chick-fil-A. Did I say Chick-fil-A?
No, he said KFC.
I'm so fuck. Sorry, I meant to say Chick-fil-A.
No, it's more like they just release very wholesome stuff, and when I say wholesome, I mean like super duper like you're not gonna find a lot of like objectionable stuff in them. If to put things in perspective, on the back of their DVDs, they have a quiz where you're supposed to go over with your families about the morals of the movie. Which,
honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Go ahead.
I will say this. I will say this about them, because funnily enough, also, they're still around. Believe it or not, they are a good source for obscure German animated films, because they actually release a couple of like animated films from like Germany and France every so often. So
like what?
They released The Seventh Brother, which is about, if I remember correctly, is a cute movie about a dog being raised by a family of foxes.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'd rather have something like that, something that's mostly wholesome and like schmaltzy like that, than something like hate-filled or so, like those fucking terrible Jehovah Witness cartoons on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
those Jehovah Witness cartoons make me sick. I hate them so fucking much.
Yeah, and on top, yeah, like so, like some films that feature films for families have released are like Where the Red Fern Grows, Hoosiers,
Where the
Brazzers.
Red Fern Grows is a really depressing ass movie.
Yeah, yeah, so it's like, it's not like they release like like a lot of garbage or but I'm mostly interested in when they release like obscure animated stuff, because you know me. Apparently they released a Babar Christmas movie too. So
and Babar.
Yeah.
It's like
Boobar, King of the Elephants.
It's like, but there's all sorts of fucking like Christian shows that are just like in nature or so, just like feel like you can't take them seriously and they're weird.
Yeah. So
like
they got
VeggieTales is like the standard as you can like make it good and everything like that.
Yeah,
But
you
then
can't.
there's like a Sunday School Musical.
Oh, okay. Sunday School Musical. The funny thing is with that movie
It's an
is that,
asylum movie.
yeah, so it's like, so I doubt. So I wouldn't even call that like a Christian production, because that's just I guarantee that's a case where they were like, we need to make our knockoff of High School Musical. How do we do that? Sunday School Musical.
Oh, that'll get the crowd. And they just market it at a demographic that they know would. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot Colby the Christian Robot.
I like Colby.
What does Colby look like? Is he all lumpy?
No, yeah, he's all lumpy and funny looking. I like him.
Most memorable. There's two that always stick out. It's Colby and
Salty.
Pea Salty, or no, it's
So
it's Salty.
So I'll get Colby. So the thing is with Colby,
I'll get Pea Salty. I don't care if that's not.
I'll share Colby first. So Colby, like Colby's Clubhouse was a series where it was about like this funny little robot who would like hang out with the kids and share fun little factoids, and the costume for him is fine.
Oh my
god! I like that he's kind of lumpy. I like that he's kind of lumpy and dumpy, but the thing is, he actually has eye and mouth movements. Like he's not bad. He's not scary. He's kind of funky looking.
Yeah, he's a goofy little boy.
I can definitely see some children being scared by him, though.
Hey, Battery, can you buy a can you make a model for him?
I don't know if I want to.
The one that I'm mentioning is Salty, who is a sing-song book that
oh god, that thing! He has the dog that's a man in a costume.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh my god, he looks like movie Sonic.
I remember when we talked about that. Yeah, it looks like that little gif of Sonic, the man dressed up as Sonic, giving a thumbs up to the camera.
You know what's
and
even
interestingly enough, Battery, they collabed.
Yeah, and I love how you can see like the high quality Colby the decent quality Colby costume versus Salty.
Clearly just a really gross looking Cat in the Hat cosplayer.
I'm also
something magical and full of wonder.
I like how when I was looking up Colby, I got a video saying 5 videos every Christian 90s kid has seen. Okay, I'm looking into this. What are they?
Okay.
If I don't see VeggieTales, I'm going to be so disappointed.
This is sitting.
VeggieTales
This is standing. I am standing.
All right. Okay, McGee and Me. Oh, I've heard about this. So McGee and Me it's live action, but there's a funny little like leprechaun looking thing where that helps the kid out throughout his life. And the funny thing is, the character's actually relatively decently animated, and he's not creepy, which is surprising. Sure. Hold on. I'll stream it for you. Yeah. All right. But yeah, look, he actually looks okay.
Yeah. Huh,
He looks like a Saturday morning cartoon you'd see like just on Fox or something.
Yeah. So let's see him plastered on the live action. Blah 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 blah. Stupid kids.
Blah blah blah. Stupid kids. Fuck off.
Hey, I'm a gangster.
Come on, give us the funny little cartoon. Oh god, it really
Was he
is.
about to stick his finger up a donkey's butt?
Oh, here we are. That's all right. So we got the kid interacting with the funny little leprechaun man. That's actually pretty good. Putting the live animation on live action. That's actually pretty good for what's obviously a direct-to-video budget.
Honestly, yeah, I'm impressed by that.
I am not impressed unless they animate little shadows.
Look up Bible Man.
Oh, Bible Man's great.
Bible Man is a hero.
So Bible Man was as you can
Battery, that's a thing.
Yes,
as you can tell by the name, Bible Man is like a superhero. And the thing is, there's 2 versions of Bible Man. There's the one where he's just like a lame. It's Brad Jones.
Okay.
There's one where he just shows up at a clubhouse and like talks to the kids. Oh, goofy and innocently enough, whatever. But then there's the later versions where he is like a flat-out superhero with like action scenes and special effects, and it's great regardless.
Because the original,
there he is.
That's not him. Where is he?
Oh, my bad.
You'll know when you see Bible Man.
That's not him. Come on, show us the dude. Show us the man.
Wait, let's let it go. Let it go.
There he is.
There he is.
Holy shit! He looks metal as fuck.
Let's see his full body shot. Come on. Let's see his big meaty abs.
Let's see his big package of donuts that he carries around.
His big Christian Orthodox uncircumcised penis. That was word vomit. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It was okay.
I love that he's attacking a guy with cheated homework. That is the joy of Bible Man. Bible Man's hilarious.
Bible Man is like, but it's not something you would genuinely like want to educate. Like, that's VeggieTales. You'd want VeggieTales is a superior thing to use.
Yeah, VeggieTales is superior, but Bible Man is a joy.
Yeah, anyways, it feels more like a satire of these kinds of programs.
Yeah, Salty's camping adventure. Oh, yep, here's Salty.
Yep,
we got, and it has the dog.
Salty.
Because it wouldn't be so bad if they weren't stroking the guy's thigh like a fucking creep, like a sick like monster.
Adventures in Odyssey.
I'm surprised you didn't see a fucking erection bulge out.
So, Adventures in Odyssey. This looks to be 2D animated. And, let's see how the animation quality is. Okay, so Saturday morning quality. So not as good as
very generic.
Yeah, I call this kind of art style serial commercial animation. It's very like you got like the very round expressions. You got like sort of that like sort of bright colors, but not like overly detailed.
I'm gonna be honest though, I kind of miss this style.
It's an all right style. It's not the worst. I think if
He's wearing glasses, yet his hair still covers his eyes.
It
What an
reminds
idiot.
me very vaguely of Hanna-Barbera or something like that.
A little
But
bit.
speaking of, Hanna-Barbera actually did make their own Bible animation, Christian animations in the 80s. Yeah, and the funny thing is, because it was funded by an actual church, it actually had a budget, and the funny thing is, it also is surprisingly violent. Check this out.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it real quick. Just pause it so I can show the class.
All right.
Share with the quiz.
Okay.
All right. Ready?
Yeah.
Watch.
My forehead.
Fuck.
Did it actually bury into his?
Yeah. Holy shit.
Sometimes you know what? The Bible is pretty metal sometimes.
Scooby-Doo people.
Yeah,
it just cuts to Scooby-Doo going, right!
He's in the Seth MacFarlane death pose.
Almost. Yes, the one thing's missing. His left or right arm has to be over his back.
All right, and finally, VeggieTales, all of them. Yep. I wouldn't want it any other way.
Those cookies on the thumbnail look delicious.
Yeah, so
Actually, I'm gonna bring something up. Have you ever heard of Joy Junction?
I think you talked to me. That's that one puppet show, right?
It's a puppet show, but
yeah,
you know why it's infamous?
Yeah, because like it was canceled prematurely, but they had one more episode, so the guy decided to do whatever he wanted with it, right?
Oh no, man! There's a lot worse stuff with this show. Joy Junction was a Christian puppet show and all that, but the thing that sets it apart was that one of the hosts of the show was a guy who literally did years later, like he was just a regular preacher who was arrested years later for conspiring for having not only just CP on his computer, but also conspiring to kidnap and cook and eat kids.
Oh my god. I
The
thought
man wanted to kill
the
and eat
pedophile thing was
children.
going to be run of the mill, but I didn't expect that part. Holy shit.
You went
And
above
like
and
you
beyond.
can, and like you can find his old recordings, like of him like just interacting with kids, like with the puppets, like on like public broadcast, and it makes you feel fucking sick.
Yeah, it's like the dating game got killer, or like.
Let me see this thing.
He was
here.
always a rather shifty character. I just didn't expect him to be a man-eating pedophile.
Chris, it's like puppets are also he's also a shitty ventriloquist. That's the real cherry on top.
Yeah. So I do think it is kind of I always think it is really unsettling when you get like interviews with like some of these guys who later on turned out to be a little bit
screwy
creepy,
in
like,
the brain.
Like that. Yeah, like I mentioned the dating game killer, Rodney Alcala, I think his name was.
Rodney Alcala.
Thank you.
But yeah, it was like that is a very, very disturbing like thing to look at, and it's it's like when you there's I don't remember if I talked about this at least on stream, but there's a Mark Jackson baseball card that has the Menendez twins in the backgrounds that's now worth like thousands of dollars because people pointed it out years later.
Oh, who are the Menendez twins?
The Menendez twins were the guys that the two twin brothers that conspired to murder their parents and get their inheritance money by making it look like an accident.
God damn.
Or make it look like they got murdered or something. And if you look in the backgrounds like of this Mark Jackson poster, you could see them like with like a Lakers hat or something. I don't know. It's a fucking team. And they're like drinking soda pop and everything when just a few hours prior they just killed their parents.
Yeah.
And they're just like chilling in the background of a card watching Mark Jackson play basketball.
They were like,
And that
yeah,
card is
whoa,
now
we just killed our parents who were watching baseball, whoa!
and like that, yeah, like right now that card is eBay $237.
Yeah, so not necessarily Honus Wagner level of expensive, but dang, that is still quite a bit.
Hang on, I'll find like the. Let me see if I can. Yeah, here it is. So this is the card. It's circled them in the back.
There they are. Wow. It's not even like they're in the far off background. They're like almost front and center.
Yeah, they're right behind the celebrity man.
And look at them. They don't even feel bad. They don't even feel bad that they just murdered their parents in cold blood.
They looked very chill about it.
When they drilled that hole into their into the mother's skull.
Did they really drill? Did they use a drill?
No, I think they just shot them or something.
I mean, a bullet does somewhat drill into you.
I'm worried it's gonna kill me one day. No, I'm just fucking with you.
I mean, a bullet.
Serial killers are an interesting subject, just to see how, like, from a character study. I mean, not a character study. Do you know what I mean? Like, just how dark, how the places people can go.
Yeah,
a study of human behavior.
Yeah, that's the subject of that one Dr. Seuss book, All the Places You'll Go.
Yeah, about the serial killer and who killed everyone. I remember that.
Yeah, where the main child protagonist turns out to be the serial killer in disguise.
Yeah, like I actually watched My Friend Dahmer a while ago, and I highly recommend that movie. By the way, it's a genuinely disturbing movie about a guy who actually was friends with Jeffrey Dahmer in high school.
Here comes Jeffrey Dahmer with a festive Christmas ham. After he has sex with it, he'll eat up all he can.
That's my favorite South Park Christmas song.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Oh, that's
a great
good
one. It's Christmas time in hell.
I like the one where it's JFK caroling with his son.
United for the holidays, God bless us, everyone.
Yeah, like
Tannenbaum.
South Park. It's great how like the South Park when like the South Park guys like they know how to make some genuine like fucking bangers of songs. Like that's why
the movie's basically a Broadway musical.
And also why like what makes why Book of Mormon is as good as it is.
Yeah.
I do also love the fact that I do also love the fact that that apparently making another movie out of the question. Broadway play so much easier.
It does. That does make sense. Because the actors, you could have basically any actor.
By the way, Battery, did you show the card to the class?
The what? The card? Oh, not the card. I haven't showed the card. Let me show it. So yeah, here's the card with the two guys who killed their parents.
The two evil killers, the two sick monsters.
Those two evil rascally kids.
$237 on eBay right now. Doesn't feel worth it.
Here's a baseball card / post. There's this one baseball card / poster I like of I forgot the name of the player, unfortunately. Hold on, I gotta find it. Homestar because Homestar Runner dressed up as it for Halloween.
As that card, that specific card.
Yeah, as that specific
That's
card.
Kind of dark. I kind of think it's funny.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh,
found it. I found it. So the card / poster is called Power Alley, and it features baseball player Dale Murphy holding a glowing yellow baseball bat. For some reason I love that one. I think just due to the very like.
It looks like a lightsaber.
Yeah, it looks kind of cool.
It's a light. It's a I don't know what they're
Speaking of lightsabers, Battery, are you familiar with the infamous
Sans
C-3PO
what?
Are you infamous with the? Speaking of Star Wars and the Force and everything, are you familiar with the infamous C-3PO card error?
Show
Oh,
me,
boy.
show me.
So there was a C-3PO card, like by Topps or whatever, made back in the 70s to promote the movie. And what a disgruntled artist or so drew C-3PO with just a hard-on robot erection.
Show it.
Like straight up.
So
Here it is.
Oh
there he
my god.
is.
No, that's not a.
Bro.
That's a photograph.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know how it works. But this is an actual card.
Airbrushing. That's kind of what you did before, like digital art in Photoshop. I do love
And also,
that.
Battery, keep in mind, a mint condition version of this card on eBay right now, $1,200.
Here's a famous one for you, and it's a card I actually had as a kid.
Oh dear,
So
I must have a throbbing erection right now.
That woman from that robot woman from Alita Battle Angel is so hot.
So it's funny we mention Topps because, and you show that because back in the 80s, Topps were one of the many. Topps had a line of movie cards where essentially it was like stuff based on like whatever movie it was coming out at the time.
Oh shit, Rocketeer?
Hell yeah, yeah. And these continued well into the 90s and even into 2000s. And they actually released a line of Pokemon the first movie cards where
I remember this.
Yeah.
I want to be the man that
And
ever was.
What it's famous for, however, is in the early days, when they got it, they didn't know who Meryl was the Pokemon. And the thing is, they saw the face and saw it resemble Pikachu because both are mouse Pokemon. And it's like, we'll just call it Peekaboo. Yeah, and this was on like a lot of the early cards. Later on, they fixed it, but because at the time Johto like Pokemon stuff hadn't been released in America yet, so they're like, this must be an evolution of Pikachu called Peekaboo.
No, wait. What do you think they call it? I know that Don Fan appears a generation early in Pokemon the first movie, so what do you think they called that? Because that was an unknown Pokemon at the time.
I don't know. Let's find out.
What they probably call it something stupid called Rolliphant?
Oh no, they called it Don Fan.
Oh, I guess the name was already known.
But they spelled it wrong. I think they spelled it wrong.
Huh.
This actually gets me thinking now. What are some of the rarest toys like that cost the most out of rarest, most expensive toys that you can buy?
There's actually a lot that goes into this, and actually WWE made a video on like some of the rarest types of action figures ever made, and because they had a wrestler who would collect some of the really obscure stuff. He would collect the wooden blocks that were made for the plastic cutouts and like the packaging, and also what are called size-up figures, where it's like a bigger version of the action figure to give an idea of what it's supposed to look like before they scale it down.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at a list right now from a website called The Gamer.
The Epic Gamer.
So let's see. Apparently. So here we have. So first one is a mint condition She-Ra and Swiftwind double pack.
Is Swiftwind that horse?
Yeah, it's the horse with the very deep voice.
What
are they?
I'm a horse.
I love that. Her horse had that voice. So that was sold on eBay. That sold on eBay for $4,000. So
I'll be right back. I got a whizzle. I gotta shizzle my whizzle. BRB.
So there's also a limited edition of a Luke Cage figure that apparently had the wrong shirt and was given a silver shirt instead of yellow. Let's see. Apparently, a mint condition Faycore can go for a lot of money, depending. Blue He-Man.
This is interesting.
A 60s Mego Spider-Man can go for a lot of money. Which basically was like the first ever Spider-Man action figure made in the 60s. Let's see. A mint condition Optimus Prime can go for anywhere from $500 to $1,200. Let's see.
Holy fuck. So, then there's the world of Pez dispensers. Like, that is another fucking mess. Because I found out that the most expensive Pez dispenser is one that is based around my hometown. Based around my town of Knoxville.
Wow.
They had because they had the 1982 World's Fair or whatever going on over there. And they had a prototype Pez dispenser thing where they tried to make it look like the Sun Sphere attraction we have here, but put an astronaut in it. And it was only supposed to be 2 prototypes, never intended for mass production, to be shown off at the event. And one of the only 2 known prototypes sold for a whopping $32,000 for a fucking Pez dispenser.
Do people even eat Pez? Do people even eat Pez?
I like Pez when it's offered to me. I don't go out of my way to get Pez, but I won't turn it down.
Okay, a box Technodrome mint condition Technodrome can go for anywhere between $2,000 to $3,000, which that makes a lot of sense to me. It's one thing for expensive action figures, but the vehicles, man, the vehicles.
I actually have a collection of Lord of the Rings Pez dispensers that are unopened, mint in the box, that I have had sealed up since like 2013.
Oh, apparently there's
What?
Apparently there's an ultra rare semi bootleg figure of Superman sold in Brazil that can go anywhere from $2,000 to $8,000.
$8,000.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah. Oh, Yak Face! Oh, the legend, the man, the myth, the legend. So Yak Face was a Star Wars figure released for Return of the Jedi, and the thing is, this was at the time when, and apparently they didn't know what he was called, so what the original character was called, so they just called him Yak Face. It's this guy. Yeah. In fact,
he's funny.
So when figures of this character are made, they gave him his original name, but they gave him his proper name, but still call him Yak Face on it. Which
I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of like the Spider-Man toy.
It's very charming in like that '60s kind of way, because and plus it was one of the earliest. It was one of the earliest superhero toys. Because Mego did an entire range of superhero toys and action figures, and the funny thing is with those toys, they actually had both the Marvel and the DC license, so it's the only time you'll probably see a commercial with both Marvel and DC characters.
Yeah, I remember seeing like Monster Island Buddy's like video about it. He was discussing how he actually showed a little bit of a commercial about it, and like there was a bit where like they advertise a figure of the Falcon, and they're like, the guy on like the commercial's like, Falcon, that great black superhero. And then MIB's like, wait, what the fuck did he just say?
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, it was actually kind of cool that like they made a figure of Falcon.
Yeah,
actually, just because.
Yeah, or as they like to call him, that great black superhero.
Because
whoa, hold on a minute.
It's also funny. I do kind of like some of these figures though, just because they're very charming in that like dated way. And actually, funnily enough, I think DC. Either DC or Marvel have actually reintroduced these figures just with like their modern day designs, but in the style of this, which is kind of neat. I kind of want that lizard figure. That lizard figure looks sweet.
Okay, so
I found it.
Some consider these the very first traditional
what's up,
superhero action figures.
There's
Lego
something
toys
that
have a
I'm
long
really
and interesting
like.
history, but that's not what we're here to discuss.
Battery?
Wait, what?
What did you say?
I had the timestamp for the bit of the video I was talking about. Just give me a moment. Okay, here we go. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna play it for the audience.
Continue, Steven.
Fighting injustice the world over.
Isn't it crazy to see DC and Marvel heroes in the same toy commercial?
Falcon, that great black superhero.
Wait, what the fuck did he just say?
That's good.
Yeah.
That great black
Alright.
superhero.
I got it. Wait a minute. Battery, how would you feel about spending $300,000 on a Barbie?
That'd be gay.
It is gay. Because there's this
It's
fucking
cool.
stupid...
And I'm not saying that in a
There was a
derogatory
designer
way.
that made up this really expensive Barbie doll that had like a black strapless evening gown and a choker that had a 1-carat square cut pink diamond that's worth $300K in and of itself. And someone sold it for $302,500 at an auction, and all the proceeds they all got donated to breast cancer charity.
Oh, that's nice.
That's better.
I mean, so that's fine, but like, it's a $300,000 Barbie, so that's still stupid. It's like the people. It's like when they tried making Golden Monopoly that was $2 million. Wait, what?
And then we also got
A Monopoly board made entirely of gold leaf.
Anyways, Moonbelly Kamala. That's another super expensive one. That's a figure of Kamala, the Ugandan giant, a WWE figure from 1992, and
Kamala.
And for some reason it had a star painted on its belly, like for some of the early Error ones, and those go from anywhere from $3,000 to $22,000. It's especially rare because 1992 was when Kamala left WWE. Was around the time when Kamala was starting to leave. So it's a very very interesting thing. The most expensive on this list is a prototype of G.I. Joe, which sold for $200,000.
That's not even close to what I'm looking at. There's a rocket-firing Boba Fett action figure that had to be recalled because kids choked on the fucking little rocket because they're stupid idiots.
Yeah, they decided it was a good idea to point the rocket towards their mouth, and then they were like,
no. And that toy alone right there is worth around like either $300,000 or up to $500,000.
Worth more than your miserable human life, that's for sure.
It was like a prototype by Kenner, which I wish they still existed.
Kenner kind of exists. It's hard to say.
No, it exists as a legacy brand, essentially. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. It's $150,000. Which still, no! It's a fucking Star Wars toy!
And Star Wars isn't worth jack shit nowadays! Star Wars is stupid. It's fucking gay now. It's fucking gay now. It's no longer cool.
There's also that diamond-crusted Hot Wheels car that costs $1 million.
What? Okay. Sorry.
It's alright. Not your fault.
I'm looking at like a list of just a whole bunch of a Lamborghini Aventador model car that's covered in platinum rims, steering wheel, gold diamonds, costs $4.6 million. Eat my dick. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl.
It's time for adventure, diamond and pearl. We can change the world.
Fuck you guys. Kid toys are expensive. Just a $1.5 million Rubik's Cube that's covered in gold and diamonds. Gold is cheating. Fuck you people.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they
Don't-
just dug a few gold nuggets and glued them on.
Yeah, don't. If you're gonna include stuff like that, don't. If you whenever you do like videos on, whenever you're talking about most expensive action figures, I always think it's kind of cheating to include like the ones that have like gold or
so gold, and like because the ones that are
diamonds.
I like
Diamonds.
gold.
Although actually, going back to that
The look of it,
that Falcon
the taste
figure,
of it, the smell of it, the texture.
there's actually a really funny but also kind of awful, horrible story with that Falcon figure. Actually, it's
What is it?
So the thing is with the Falcon figure, apparently Mego at the time didn't have any like the ability, like any molds or and colors for like darker skin tones at the time, so they actually had to recycle some of the hands from a different toy line they had at the time.
So it basically looked like blackface?
No. So let me get the figure and you'll see, and you'll notice something.
Okay.
And here's the Falcon figure. Look closely. Now,
Oh, they're
what I want-
sleeves.
No, not the sleeves. What you need to do is look closely at the hands.
No. I'm looking at the chest as well. There's like the color's inconsistent.
Well, early action figures, what you're gonna do, but like look closely at like the hands.
They look slightly off. That's all I can say. But what else? What about them?
Do they look weird? Do they look a bit hairy to you?
Uh-oh.
The thing is, Mego recycled the hands from an earlier Planet of the Apes figure range
Oh
they did.
no!
Because they didn't have any darker skin tones at the time. They did later on, so they did later on.
Oh no!
They did later on. They did later on, and they replaced Falcon's hand with like non-hairy hands.
That is so not PC.
But and to be fair, it's not like they did that on purpose. They only did
I
it
know.
'cause
I know. But like, if they did that today, even if it was non-intentional, they would get in so much trouble.
Yeah.
Unless you were told that that's what they came from, I don't think you would notice, right?
Yeah.
You probably like assume that he had like scars on his hand or something.
Yeah, because the thing is,
punch someone in the face too hard. What?
Yeah, because the thing is, there are a lot of cases of like toy makers recycling from recycling parts and the like that they already had. I forget. I think Remco, for instance, I think it was recycled a lot of their when they had a range of 18 figures. They recycled some of the faces from their Love Boat action figures to be turned into villains that the A Team could fight, which is kind of hilarious. So,
but Jesus
there's
God,
also
that is a bad fuck up. That's like those Gollywog toys.
But another good one actually is the another funny case of recycling is when Kenner released.
To be honest, I'm guilty of it as well. I've been recycling the same hand mesh for at least 2 years now.
So long as there's nothing wrong with like recycling if you're like clever about it. But like, here's another good one: is that Kenner, when they got the rights to Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, they recycled the play sets and vehicles from Return of the Jedi just for Robin Hood. Which is great if you were like looking for a Return of the Jedi playset and you're like, oh yeah. Apparently they even recycled some of the body molds too. Look, here's a Gamorrean guard, just with a different head and paint.
Is that Little John?
think. I've heard Robin Hood Prince of Thieves is kind of boring, so I haven't watched it.
I'm a pig man.
Oh, by the way, I actually found out something in terms of controversy like this.
What?
It still exists.
Oh no! I'm not showing that.
Yeah, please don't show it, please. I beg of you.
Oh, the mammy.
It still exists.
Touch
of Southern hospitality.
Actually, it's funny. When I went to the, what's funny is this was a joke I forgot that I was gonna make. There's an infamous toothpaste from like the 1920s called Darky toothpaste.
Oh no!
Yeah, and the cover is exactly what you'd imagine it'd be. Although you want something I wasn't expecting. It's still around.
Oh no!
But they changed the art. They changed the art and the name. It's now Darlie toothpaste, and
okay, good.
And they changed the art to be a lot less bad. It's bad.
Oh man.
Yeah. So
and then there's. Do you guys know about this?
Yeah, I know about Spick and Span. My fitness guy uses that, which I mean, it is hilarious what the name is, but I do think.
Do you think that the slur is named after the brand, or the brand is named after the slur?
I think no. Spick and Span was a thing before. I think before the slur, so potentially.
Ah, okay.
Usage most mixed. Oh god. Oh, it just feels weird because it's spelled the same way it's supposed to be used to be offensive. The exact same way.
That makes me start to believe that maybe the slur is named after the brand?
Okay, it says right here, the term is completely unrelated to the modern epithet, to the modern slur of that word.
Oh.
So it's just very, very unfortunately named.
That's too bad.
But,
we can say it as long as it's in the context of the brand, but if it's in the context of the slur, you cannot say it. That is my rule from now on.
That is the rule that you should have.
Yeah.
No, none of that shit here, boys.
Just don't say the first part of Spick and Span by itself, I guess.
Someone's gonna say it.
I'm looking at you, stream chat.
Da 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 da.
Da, da. That's nasty.
What's that? What?
Actually, I think a lot of expensive toys nowadays that you can usually find are the ones that are dangerous. Like, because those were like recalled or so they're considered like the defects, right? Like, do you remember the baby, the Barbie that gave birth? Battery?
Yeah, what?
Nobody heard what I said?
No, I heard what you said. Something about the Barbie that gave birth. I just did a little sound effect to go with it.
There was a Barbie that was made. It's not Barbie. It's one of her stupid friends, I guess. But
Barbita.
It was called a Happy Family toy, and it had like a pregnant. Literally, in order to give birth, there was like no vagina. There's no baby popping out, being squeezed into the earth. It was a baby. It was like a stomach shell, like that looked like the woman had an distended stomach. And you pull it off, and the baby's in there like a little pod creature.
Funny.
And they pulled that off of the shelf really quickly because how would you explain that to your kids?
Yeah.
Hey, this is how you were born, son.
This is how you were born, son. Basically, a little, like, cryo-sleep capsule opened up on your mother's stomach, and that's where you came out.
It went...
You went...
I think, and those are worth a lot of money now.
All right, I'm gonna get going for now, just because I'm just because I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I'll be back later.
All right.
How long have you been streaming, Battery?
5 hours. I guess this is where I should have pop off.
Yeah.
Yeah. This seems like a good time to end the stream. All right. Thank you all for watching this fun stream. I hope you had a good time. Not much really happened, but there was some really good discussions we've had today.
Yeah. Also,
it was really funny when you. It was funny when you lost your temper, Battery.
Yeah. By the way, Uncle you streaming tonight?
Probably. I'm planning on doing Left 4 Dead 2.
Okay. So you might see. I might. So anyway, guys, thank you for watching the stream, and you'll probably see me on Yuucast tonight. I don't know. Maybe. I do have Left 4 Dead 2.
All right.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Have a good night, pussies.
Good night, everybody. Wait, does anyone... I want to carry a Yuucast tradition over here. Does anyone have a good, funny last word to say?
This stream is sponsored by Darlie Toothpaste.
Good enough. All right, bye.